received a copy of this report and you read it, yes?
Can you go right to the bottom of the page, please?
Yes, of course, if we scroll down. You want to go to the end of the document?
Yes, please. It's some time ago since I've seen it.
The end of the document is page 18. I was hoping to take this quite quickly, Mr. Singh. You tell us in your witness statement that you received a copy of this document, you read it, and you were concerned about the contents of it.
Yes, yes.
Right, good. Let's go back then to page 6. And if we look, please, in paragraph 6.5 down to 6.10, the second site report reveals the existence of, or speaks to, the existence of 3 defects, as they're called. The first, in paragraph 6.5, the first defect referred to as the receipts and payments mismatch problem, affecting 62 branches, discovered in September 2010. 6.6, the second defect, referred to the local suspense account problem, affected 14 branches. 6.7, unaware of the defect until a year after its first occurrence in 2011. And then 6.10, Pol has informed us that it has disclosed in witness statements to English courts information about one other subsequently corrected defect or bug in the Horizon software. That's a reference to the Calendar Square or Falkirk bug. Can we look at your witness statement, please? Page 15, paragraph 37. It'll come up on the screen for you. Page 15, paragraph 37, you say, I do not recall exactly when I received the second site interim report, but upon reading it, I remember being concerned, both in relation to its findings around bugs, but also the comments about training, etc. So you remember receiving it, reading it, and being concerned about its findings around bugs, yes?
Yes, I read it.
Thank you. Can we turn to poll 406375? It'll come up on the screen. This is Simon Clark's advice of the 15th of July, so it's a week later, 7 days later. Okay? This is the one concerning Gareth Jenkins. Can we turn, please, to page 10? And look at paragraph 28. And in this part of his advice, Mr. Clark says, having set out the law in relation to duties of disclosure and expert evidence, he then cites some paragraphs from the second site report that we've just looked at. Can you see that?
Yes.
He doesn't, in fact, cite the Calendar Square bug in paragraph 6.10, but that doesn't matter for present purposes. So he's saying, I've now been told about, I've now got the second site interim report, and these are the bugs that it's talking about. And if we go down, please, to paragraph 29, he says, as well as having got the second site report, there's some other information, other sources of information. On the 27th of June, Martin Smith of Cartwright King was telephoned by post office There then ensued a number of conversations between Martin Smith and senior Post Office executives. The import of what Martin Smith was being told may be summarised thus. He was informed by Post Office that a report commissioned from Second Sight by Post Office and as yet unpublished indicated that Horizon may not be bug-free. There was much speculation as to the content of the Second Sight report. It appeared to the Post Office that some within the organisation had been aware of bugs affecting up to 30 offices, including some Crown Office branches. And then this, Jarnail Singh, head of criminal litigation, had been unaware and did not know how long the Post Office had known of the existence of the bugs, nor indeed who at Post Office had known. Two things. Firstly, is what is said there in that highlighted sentence accurate?
As far as I'm aware, sir, yes.
And secondly, can you help us as to the context in which Simon Clark would have been made aware of it? I.e. your state of knowledge and you saying that you had been unaware of the existence of bugs.
The only bugs that I was aware of, the ones that were mentioned in the case of Misra. I wasn't aware of any other bugs.
That's a very different thing to say, Mr. Singh. You just said that you were aware of a bug being raised in the case of Misra.
Those two bugs that Mr. Jenkins dealt with in his witness statement, that's the only ones I'm aware of. I wasn't aware of any other. My understanding was very limited in the sense that but apart from those two, I wasn't aware of any.
Which two bugs are you talking about?
The one mentioned in the Falkirk one.
The Falkirk Calendar Square one, yeah.
And the is it Castleton?
Sorry?
Castleton. The civil case.
That's the same one that was mentioned.
Oh, is it?
In both.
I don't know, sir, but those are the only ones. I mean.
Okay, we'll call it a single for the moment because Calendar Square, Falkirk was mentioned in Castleton.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only one you knew about was the one that was mentioned in the Castleton case, and which was the Calendar Square Falkirk.
Yes.
Okay, and so this is accurate here. Then you had been unaware of bugs, which were summarised above there in the paragraphs 6.5 to 6.8.
Yes, certainly in the Misra case, there were different names, issues, all sorts of things. I mean, I first experience I had of this was in the Misra case. I'm not aware of something that happened before or after.
Presumably, when you read this advice at the time, you thought, yes, that does accurately summarise my state of knowledge. That sentence there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we move forwards, please? Poll 304-0194. This is a document prepared by Cartwright King on the 5th of December 2013, and it summarises the process that had then been undertaken by Cartwright King to review some previous convictions. Can we look, please, at paragraph 4 on page 1, at the foot of the page, please? It says the Second Sight interim report revealed that there had been 2 known defects in the Horizon system since the rolling out of the Horizon Online system from January 2010. These defects impacted on 76 branches and created both positive and negative discrepancies. And then paragraph 5 on page 2. Thank you. As a result of the Second Sight interim report, it became apparent that some of the matters raised in the report might have been disclosable in criminal prosecutions mounted by the Royal Mail Group and Post Office, had these been known about by those considering disclosure in such cases. And so consistently with the Second Sight advice, the Simon Clark advice of the 15th of July 2013, this is recording the fact that it was the Second Sight interim report that revealed the existence of the 2 bugs. and these had not been known about by those considering disclosure in criminal cases?
I don't recollect me being made aware of them.
So this is all accurate, if what you're saying is correct, that you didn't know about the two other bugs, the receipts and payments mismatch bug and the local suspense account bug. They'd been,
I don't remember them at all.
They'd been revealed by the second site report, yes?
These matters, second site report, or the dealings with them, was dealt with by the working groups. It wasn't something I was involved in. But certainly from the Royal Mail prosecutions, apart from the Misra case, there was no case that I dealt with or I was made aware of by the head of criminal law of any other. And certainly even the disclosure was dealt with by the head of criminal law, and I wasn't made aware of that.
So this is accurate, that the two bugs were not known about you, and you were a person considering disclosure in some of the previous cases. You had conduct of them.
Well, I think my evidence from last time was that the disclosure was dealt with by the head of criminal law at that time, because I was away for September 2010.
Okay, I'm not going to go over that particular old ground again.
Yes, okay, fine.
Can we move forwards then to poll 00169386? This is an email exchange of the 8th of January 2015 between you and a number of senior individuals within Post Office about a request for an interview for the purposes of the upcoming BBC Inside Out programme. Okay? If we just scroll down, please, we can see your email there. If we just look at the foot of the page, we can see you sign it off, Jarnail. Yes?
Yes.
And if we go back up to the top of this email. So BBC have asked for an interview for their Inside Out programme. And you say to Mr. Davis, I had a look at this. I'm concerned that the Post Office is entering dangerous territory. This situation is not straightforward and cannot be easily simplified in a couple of lines. Whilst Post Office wish to say that there are no systemic faults, the second site report, which has been disclosed to the defendants and their legal representatives, does mention 2 defects or bugs, which give rise to 76 branches being affected by incorrect balances or transactions. The fact that the bugs manifested in more than one location could be described as systemic, but not system-wide. Accordingly, there are arguments over terminology used by second site, and it is important from a criminal law perspective that the Post Office does not misrepresent the content of the second site report. Not only has second site's use of terminology given rise to potential arguments in relation to terms used by second site, it also raises questions as to whether the Post Office knew of the existence of those bugs. If so, to whom at the Post Office Fujitsu communicated them. These were certainly not known to me at Post Office Legal until the day or so prior to the publication of the second site interim report. The difficulty here is made worse by the fact that Gareth Jenkins, an employee of Fujitsu, has been making statements for use in criminal proceedings which made no reference to the very bugs which it is understood he told second site about. People were prosecuted and pleaded guilty following the receipt of his statement, which implied no bugs had been found. Of course, it would be highly embarrassing for Post Office were it to be suggested that Fujitsu had informed some part of the Post Office and that information never reached the security team. Equally, it is embarrassing were it to be suggested that the Post Office were kept in the dark by such an important supplier such as Fujitsu. It follows that these are very difficult topics from a criminal law perspective. We can stop reading there. Do you agree that in this email you were suggesting that you were not aware of the 2 bugs, errors and defects mentioned by Second Sight until the day or so before the publication of the Second Sight interim report?
Well, once I was at Post Office Limited, my involvement was very limited. As I said to you before, a lot of these matters were dealt with by head of legal, general counsel, and working groups. A lot of this information is obtained from the advices and also discussions with the expert criminal agents, Cartwright King. This isn't something I formulated myself, because I wouldn't have the experience or the knowledge of dealing with it. Even my experience at the Royal Mail Group criminal law team was very, very limited. The only case I dealt with, Misra, which dealt with these matters, I mean, I wasn't even sure as to what they were: bugs, defects, issues. And apart from those 2, I'm not aware of anything else. And that's here I'm highlighting across something that I found out subsequently or relied on somebody else.
I'll try again. Can we, in the second paragraph, highlight the second sentence? It also raises questions. And then the third line, those were certainly not known to me at the Post Office Legal until a day or so prior to the publication of the Second Sight interim report. And my question was, you were saying to senior individuals, senior management within the Post Office in this email, that you were not aware of the bugs, errors and defects identified by Second Sight in their interim report until a day or so before the publication of that report, weren't you?
So, but to the best of my knowledge, the only issues were those months mentioned in the case of Misra. Apart from that, I wasn't aware of anything else. The only information I have in this email is not from personal involvement in anything I dealt with. It was dealt with by working group and head of legal and the general counsel. I mean,
Mr. Singh, sorry to speak over you, but if you can please focus on the question. I think the answer is yes. You were saying in this email, because according to you it was the truth, that you were not aware of the bugs, errors and defects identified by Second Sight until a day or so before their publication of their report. And so this is true.
If you put it that way, sir, from memory, yes.
Right. So what you're saying here to poll senior management is that the 2 bugs, the receipts and payments mismatch bug and the local suspense account bug, were not known to you until a day before, or a day or so before the publication of the report.
Well, now, such time ago, I'm not really sure what the ins and outs of it is, but I think certainly my involvement or response to it was very late in the day, because I think there's in a long email I came to him at the last minute, and I'm just responding to some of the information that's highlighted to me.
The second thing you're saying is that Mr. Jenkins had been making statements that contained no mention of the bugs, and yet he had told Second Sight about the bugs. You make that point, don't you?
I meant, yes, in light of the Clark advice, yes.
So you're pointing the spotlight here towards Mr. Jenkins, aren't you?
I'm summarising the position as it was in year 2015.
And you say it would be embarrassing if it emerged that the Post Office had been informed of bugs by Fujitsu, but that information had not reached the security team. Why would it be embarrassing if it emerged that the Post Office had passed on information about the bugs to the Post Office, but that information hadn't reached the security team?
I can't remember what I was thinking when I prepared that, but it certainly was in by discussions with head of legal and the general counsel, and also Cartwright King, and then them discussing it with me as to the facts, because I wouldn't have a first-hand knowledge and certainly I wouldn't have a first-hand knowledge in how to deal with these.
Think about it now, Mr. Singh. Wouldn't it be because highly embarrassing because it was the security team that were bound up in the prosecutions? They were the ones that essentially investigated and then brought the prosecutions, weren't they?
I don't know what I was saying at that time. So
think about it now, then. That's why it would be highly embarrassing, wouldn't it? The people who are bringing the prosecutions, if the information didn't reach them, but had been passed to someone within the post office, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it?
I'm not really sure what you're asking of me, sir, but I'm not sure what you're asking from me, but I can't recollect.
You said in an email it would be highly embarrassing for the post office if it was suggested that Fujitsu had informed some bits of the post office of the 2 bugs, but that information had never reached the security team. And I asked you, why would it be highly embarrassing? You said, I can't recall what I was thinking now, or back then, and I said, well, tell us now.
So I wasn't part of any briefing, either at Royal Mail Group or even when I transferred to Post Office Limited. I am going by what my head of legal and general counsel and the advice from Cartwright King, who the work was outsourced to. I don't keep any files. I wasn't part of any working group, so I'm not sure what I'm actually saying there.
Would it be even more embarrassing if it emerged that Fujitsu had in fact passed on information about the bugs to the post office's legal team?
I don't know. As I said to you, I wasn't part of any briefing. Certainly,
just focus on the question. Do you agree that it would be even more embarrassing if it emerged that Fujitsu had in fact passed on information about the 2 bugs to the post office's legal team?
So I can't answer that because
Why can't you answer it?
Because I don't know. I mean, I wasn't privy to that sort of information. I didn't have any contact within the wider business, as the head of criminal law team had.
All of the things you're saying, Mr. Singh, don't bear on the question that I'm asking. Do you agree that it would have been highly embarrassing if it emerged that Fujitsu had in fact passed on information about the 2 bugs that were said to have been revealed by Second Sight, and that information had been passed to the legal team, but the legal team hadn't disclosed them?
Well, it shouldn't have been done that way. I mean, I don't know.
Therefore, it would have been embarrassing?
It's embarrassing being here, but all I'm saying to you, I wasn't privy to that sort of information because criminal law team, you had the head of criminal law team who dealt with these matters, and they weren't passed down to my grade, which was a junior grade, and certainly at Post Office Limited, it was likewise. I wasn't part of any of the working group, or the only information I had is what was passed down to me by the general counsel or head of legal, who was my line manager.
Do you agree that it would be more than embarrassing, a lot more serious than just embarrassing, if it emerged that the Post Office's legal team had made decisions not to give disclosure of bugs to the defence and to the courts?
Well, I wasn't in a decision-making capacity. Certainly,
that's the answer to a different question, Mr. Singh. I'm asking you, do you agree if it would be a lot more than just embarrassing if it emerged that Fujitsu had given information to the Post Office, to the legal team in the Post Office, and the Post Office legal team had made decisions not to give disclosure of that information to the defence and to the courts?
I wasn't in that position to make. I wasn't aware of it. It certainly didn't come to me.
No, that's a separate question. I'm just asking you, do you agree that it would be a lot more than embarrassing if what I've described was to be the case?
Well, I hope it didn't happen that way. I certainly don't know anything about that.
Mr. Singh, please focus on my questions. do you agree that it would be a lot more than embarrassing if that state of affairs emerged?
Well, I hope it didn't happen, but certainly I wasn't aware of any of that, no. But certainly, yes, I mean, I'm relaying the information I've been given.
At the top of the email, you say you're concerned that the Post Office is entering dangerous territory. Why was the Post Office entering dangerous territory?
From what I mean, this is quite some time ago since I considered it. Certainly, the information I've been given from a legal point of view is to draft it in such a way, because this is, if you're going public, you've got to have your facts. It's got to be accurate. And basically, what I'm saying to them is, look, I'm not expert in this area. I've got limited knowledge. You need to go to the criminal specialist, which is Cartwright King. I think I refer them to it right at the bottom, because I'm concerned that that is a proper avenue. It's not somebody like myself who can actually advise them. I relayed what information I had, and I think that somewhere along the line or subsequently I say, no, I can't deal with it, because you really need somebody who's on the ball on this matter.
Did you investigate whether the Post Office knew of the existence of the two bugs before the second site report?
The way it, from memory, I mean, from what I can recall, and certainly the papers sent to me by the inquiry, the way these things came about, there were a working group who worked very closely with somebody like Second Sight, the mediation scheme, which I wasn't part of. They had meetings, which I wasn't part of. I had limited information, so I always used to get the information from the head of legal. And I think in these circumstances, there was a lot of work being done, a lot of working group involved. And I was told that, look, we got people onto it already. And I was told to task with two things. One, to keep Cartwright King updated by means of the company secretary, who was heavily involved in this, and also to help the legal head of legal to find the information. So I did that and relayed it to him, and hopefully it get into the system or the people who were dealing with it. Certainly I got the information with regard to the two bugs which I was aware of, or issues with the Misra case, by supplying them with the cut and paste of the legal advice by the barrister in the case, Mr. Tedford. And also I think I phoned Fujitsu to find out whether they knew anything else, and relay that to the head of legal. But apart from that, that's the only investigation I had. That's the only thing I could do at that time.
Did you not investigate too deeply the issue of whether individuals within Post Office were aware of the existence of bugs before the second site report, because you knew that issue didn't need investigating, because you knew that you were aware of bugs?
Certainly not, sir. That's not the case, to my knowledge. My involvement was basically liaison with Cartwright King, keeping or any input or specific advice which my head of legal, who was my line manager, or had requested, or any information he wanted, or any specific advices he wanted, or the General Counsel. And that was the only role I had. And that is what I was told. They said, well, look, Jarnail, what you need to do is, we got people who got a lot of information, who are involved in it, who are dealing with it, and as and when we need you to do something, you provide that. And that is to update Cartwright King by the company secretary, and also to provide information with regard to the Misra case, which I did.
Just whilst we're on this email, in the second paragraph, it says in the third line, the fact that the bugs manifested in more than one location could be described as systemic, but not system-wide. Accordingly, there were arguments over terminology used by second site. Were you aware that the Post Office kept relying on the word systemic in its public pronouncements for many years after the second site report?
So I'm not aware of that because I wasn't involved to that high level. I mean, certainly a criminal law team, it was the head of criminal law in the Post Office, there's the working groups, and you had general counsel and the head of legal dealing with it.
You draw a distinction here between systemic and system-wide, which may be a fair distinction. Was anything done about your drawing of that distinction here, to your knowledge? Was it followed up at all with you?
That came up because that was the information I was given by Cartwright King. A lot of this was in discussion with the Cartwright King because they have the information. I wouldn't have that sort of information. Cartwright King, and probably the advices I read. But it was the sort of information I had from Cartwright King. It wasn't something that I personally had firsthand.
And I'm asking a different question, which is not where did you get the knowledge from to write that sentence. The question I'm asking is, after you wrote this, was anything done about it?
Well, as I said to you, that was highlighted to the head of legal, and everything I did was in line with what the input he requested or he wanted. I didn't have any other task. I didn't have anything more than that because I was told that working groups...
So Mr. Singh, I'm sorry to be persistent. Would you kindly answer my question? Was anything done to your knowledge about the distinction that you drew here?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll move on. Could I turn then to your true state of knowledge in relation to the two bugs mentioned by Second Sight in the early parts of their report? And firstly, look at your prior knowledge, that can come down, thank you, of the receipts and payments mismatch bug. I'm going to ask you some simple questions first before we go into the detail. First, do you accept that in fact, shortly before Seema Misra's trial began in October 2010, you were made aware of the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
I can't recall. I don't remember anything around that at all because I've read the inquiry's papers over and over again and I can't make a head or tail of what was going on there.
Secondly, do you accept that no disclosure was made by you to the defence or to the court in Seema Misra's case of the existence of the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
I wasn't aware of that. Can you put it on what receipt and payment information are you talking about, please?
Sorry?
Can you put that up? What are
We're
you...
going to come to the detail in a moment. What happens when I show you a document is you tend to get distracted perhaps into the terms of the document. So I'm just standing back at the moment and looking at some general questions. You having had lots of time to prepare for today and being given all of the relevant documents in advance of today.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, do you accept that the receipts and payments mismatch bug, the existence of it, was not disclosed to the defence or to the court in the course of or before Seema Misra's trial?
I don't recall anything about
Surely, Mr. Singh, you know about this. This case went off to the Court of Appeal.
Well,
You must have read the Court of Appeal's judgment. It says it was an error not to have disclosed it, that the Post Office conceded that there should have been disclosure. And this is one of your cases that you prosecuted. You must know that there was no disclosure.
Well, as I said to you, that my knowledge in this area is very limited. Apart from the Misra case, I've not come across any other case where even as to what they were, was the only time I came across it. And that's why, when I dealt with the Misra case, I had experienced counsel and experienced investigation officer working alongside me. I have the disclosure was dealt with in this case by head of criminal law, like I told you on the last.
So let's just go back to the question. Do you accept that there was no disclosure of the existence of the receipts and payments mismatch bug in Seema Misra's case?
From what the inquiry has paper sent me, I wasn't aware of that, and I obviously couldn't deal with it because I wasn't aware of it. No.
Do you accept that your claims made in the 2013 documents that we've just looked at and the 2015 email that we've just looked at, that the first you became of the receipts and payments mismatch bug upon production of the second site report were false?
No, that's not true.
You'd known about the bug all along, hadn't you, Mr. Singh?
No, that's not true.
You had known about the bug all along, Mr. Singh.
No.
You were covering it up in 2013 and 2015, weren't you?
No, I wasn't covering it.
You were covering up your own guilty knowledge.
No, I wasn't.
Did you not recognise in 2013, 14 and 15 that this wasn't the time to dig in, to double down? It was, on the contrary, time to open up your mind to the reality that you had known about the receipts and payments mismatch bug and you had failed to disclose it.
I wasn't aware. If I'd known, I would have disclosed it. In the Misra case, any other case, I had no knowledge of those at that time, or even when I transferred over to the Post Office Limited. And as I said to you, as far as the second site's inquiry review is concerned, anything related to it, I was not involved in it. We had working groups. So everything you said is not true.
You were part of a group of people that doubled down on their position, not only having failed to give disclosure of the receipts and payments mismatch bug in 2010, but then you sought to cover up that fact from 2013 onwards. And it would take another 7 years until 2020 for Mrs. Misra, who'd been sent to prison whilst pregnant.
Not true. That is absolute.
To have her conviction overturned.
That's for the court appeal. I mean, I hope there were problems with those cases, but there is no way I would ever cover up anything of that magnitude. I wasn't aware. I wasn't made aware. I don't recall any of the information, and it was very difficult to put the inquiry papers together because they came in separate bundles. Or that's why it's not dealt with in the witness statement, because I think quite a lot of it relating to it came subsequently. But there certainly was no cover-up on my part.
Can we look then of your actual knowledge of the receipts and payments mismatch bug? At poll 302-8838. And page 6, please. This is a report entitled Correcting Accounts for Lost Discrepancies, written by Gareth Jenkins. Understand?
Yes.
You can see the author there is Gareth Idris Jenkins. And can you see the reference that's given just above his name there?
Yes.
The character string notes lost discrepancies, yes?
Yes.
And if we just look at the introduction to see what it's about, this is a note about the receipts and payments mismatch bug. This note relates to some peaks, and then moving under the box, one of the peaks describes a problem with stock unit balancing that will result in a receipts payments mismatch. A fix is available for this peak, which needs to be scheduled. However, any branch encountering the problem will have corrupted accounts. And then if we go to page 7, it sets out the consequences of the bug. There'll be, first bullet point, a receipts and payments mismatch corresponding to the value of discrepancies that were lost. If the user doesn't check their final balance report carefully, they may be unaware of the issue, since there is no explicit message when a receipts and payments mismatch is found. Local suspense will have no knowledge of the discrepancy. So it's saying that there is a bug that gives a misbalance between receipts and payments, i.e. a mismatch, and that will be unknown to the user. Okay?
Okay.
That is what I'm going to call Mr. Jenkins' report. We should have just looked at the date of it on the first page. So back a page, please. 29th of September 2020. Okay?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at...
Mr. Beer.
Sorry, did I say 20? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'll blame that on...
Get that accurately on the record, that's all.
Thank you, sir. I blame that on the flu. Can we go forwards, please, to poll 305 5410? And can we look down? Thank you. In fact, if we just look at the top first, so we can see who this is sent to. It's from Mr. Wilson to Juliet McFarlane and to you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And then let's look down on the email. From Mr. Simpson in Post Office Security Team. And we're now on the 8th of October. And he says to Mr. Wilson first, I'm forwarding you the attachments above in relation to a series of incidents identified by Fujitsu this week, whereby it appears that when posting discrepancies to the local suspense, these amounts simply disappear at branch level and a balance is shown. The above includes Fujitsu's initial analysis and proposed solutions, whilst the other documents, the outputs from various meetings held this week. My concern is around the proposed solutions, one of more of which may have repercussions in any future prosecution cases and on the integrity of the Horizon Online system. There's a further dial-in meeting. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And if we go up the page, please. Mr. Wilson forwards this to you at 4:29 p.m. on the 8th of October. Yes?
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Would you agree that for someone who was prosecuting sub-postmasters at the time, this email ought to ring alarm bells?
Yes.
Because it's showing, isn't it, Mr. Singh, that money's disappearing at branch level and balances are shown that are incorrect?
I looked at the inquiry bundle. I don't recall reading this email, and I don't remember printing printing anything. There's a bit from my I don't know what you call it, account at all.
Your drive, your system. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You're ahead. You're a couple of questions ahead, Mr. Singh. You know I'm going to turn next.
No,
aren't you?
Because I'm telling you that is why it's not in my witness statement, because I didn't understand it. If I even received it, I wouldn't understand it, to be honest. It'd be something I would expect somebody with knowledge and expertise like Mr. Wilson, who is the contact within the business, to not send it the way he has, FYI, because it doesn't mean anything to me, because he knew my knowledge about these things was very limited.
Just go down the page, please. In the first paragraph, it appears that when posting discrepancies to the local suspense, these amounts simply disappear at branch level and a balance is shown. And then reading on, solutions may have repercussions in any future prosecution cases and on the integrity of the Horizon system. That would ring alarm bells for you, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, but
Thank you, because it mentions on its face repercussions for prosecutions and on the integrity of Horizon Online.
Yeah, but what my evidence is that I don't remember receiving it, don't remember printing it, and that is not. I don't know anything about this.
Okay, if we just go back up, please, you'll see that the email that was sent to you had 2 attachments. Can you see that under attachments?
Yes.
The first of which was called Receipts, Payments, Notes, version 5, .doc.
Yes.
And the second was called Lost Discrepancies, 290910, .doc, yes?
Yes.
Remember what Mr. Jenkins' document was called? Lost Discrepancies, yes?
Yes.
Remember its date, 29th
Yes.
of September
Yes.
2010,
yes?
yes?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Let's display poll 302 8838, please. And then scroll down, please. And to page 6, please. Thank you. You'll see that in the reference again, this document was called Notes/Lost Discrepancies, and it's dated the 29th of September 2010, yes?
Yes. Yes.
And if we look at the footer of the page, please. The character string at the bottom, C:\\documents and settings /Jarnail.A.Singh, local settings, temporary internet files, etc. This was saved in your drive, wasn't it?
I don't know, sir. As I said to you, I don't recall seeing it, don't recall printing it.
This was saved in your drive, wasn't it?
I don't even know what you're talking about, because I don't know how to do these things worked.
You don't know how to save a document?
No, I didn't at that time in year 2010.
So the decades you worked for the Post Office, you didn't save a document?
Certainly not when I was at the Royal Mail Group.
You never saved a document?
No, because I didn't know how to do it.
You know, don't you, that you got this email, you got Mr. Jenkins' documents, and not only was it saved in your drive, you printed it, didn't you?
No, that's not the case.
How can you recall whether you printed a document or not?
I don't recall. That was the reason why it was difficult to remember it. Otherwise, I would have would certainly try to find out what this means, because document at that time, year 2010, I didn't have the knowledge. Certainly, didn't have the technical knowledge, or what it meant. I needed somebody to explain it to me, and then deal with it accordingly. But I do not remember this document at all, or the email.
Can we display at the same time poll 305 5410? We can see the email sending this document to you is dated the 29th, is timed at 4:29 p.m. Can you see that on the left-hand side?
Yes, I can. Yes.
And we can see that it was printed 9 minutes later at 4:38.
Yes.
See that at the
yes.
bottom?
No, it's there. Yes.
You printed this document out, didn't you? You
No.
did so because you'd read the email from Messrs. Simpson and Wilson. And you printed the document out, didn't you? The attachment out.
That's not true. I don't remember seeing the email from Rob Wilson, the attachments to it, at all. From memory, I don't recall the document.
And what you're engaged in now is closing your mind to the possibility that you saw this blind denial because you know that this is evidence of your own guilty knowledge.
That is not true, and I don't feel guilty because I haven't received it. If I did, I would have dealt with it by understanding what it meant. And
You just said if I had received it.
If I've seen it, I don't recall receiving it or reading it or printing it. That is my evidence on oath.
This is the Tuesday, the week before Seema Misra's trial started on the Monday. No. Friday, I'm so sorry. You didn't disclose the existence of this bug in the trial, did you?
I didn't. I don't have any recollection of receiving it or seeing it.
You know now that the Post Office conceded before the Court of Appeal that there ought to have been such disclosure, don't you?
Well, this ought to have been dealt with by the head of criminal law team. It doesn't make any sense to me. He's an expert. He has a wider knowledge of these things as to why he just sent it as a FYI. He's a man of experience and knowledge and expertise. I have never known anything received from him without any detailed knowledge as to what to do with it. He gives very detailed instructions, and he's just sent it as FYI. I can't understand that at all. And I can't recall receiving it or reading it or printing it at that time. And the only time I have read it is when the inquiry sent me the papers.
You had a meeting with Mr. Wilson about it, didn't you?
I don't recall that meeting.
That's referred to in the second line of the email on the left.
That is, I think, must be a team meeting, but I know certainly me and the legal executive and my secretary were dealing with the Misra trial, with the exhibits, from memory exhibits, and the jury bundles. I don't know.
You were the solicitor with conduct of Misra, weren't you?
Yes, I was, yes.
It fell to you to give disclosure of this bug, didn't it?
If I received it and understood it, but I don't remember receiving that email with those attachments.
So what we've got is an email addressed to you attaching details of the bug. We've got a copy of the document saved in your drive, and we've got it printed 9 minutes after the email was received by you. And you say you didn't get any of this?
No. As I said to you, I do not recall this document at all, the email and the attachments. I even, when I got the papers from the inquiry, I didn't understand it at all, what it meant, because this is not an area where I was that comfortable with in understanding. So I needed somebody who did. And I don't, firstly, remember receiving any of this.
It follows, doesn't it, that when you were saying in 2013 and 2015 that the first you had heard about the receipts and payments mismatch bug was when Second Sight revealed it, in inverted commas, in their report, that was false, wasn't it?
No, that is not the case.
It was false in 2013 and it was false in 2015, wasn't it?
No, that's not the case. It's
You
not
knew
true.
you'd been told about this bug in 2010, just before the trial.
No.
And you were covering it up in 2013 and 2015, weren't you?
No, there was no cover-up on my part, and never will be, and never can be.
Can we take that down, please, and look at your witness statement, please? Page 68, paragraph 204.
60.
Sorry, I think it's your first witness statement.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if it's the first
Which
one.
is WITN 0475 0100. Page 68, please. So page 68, please. Thank you. Foot of the page, paragraph 204, you say, I've considered the document entitled Correcting Accounts for Lost Discrepancies. That's the Gareth Jenkins document of the 29th of September 2010. And you say, I do not recall having seen this document before the inquiry provided it to me. If I'd known about this document, I would have provided it to the investigation and security team to try and understand what it meant, the implications of it, and whether the problem was being resolved. Once it had been assessed, I would have considered the disclosure test and disclosed it. In this witness statement, you are seeking to carry on the pretense, aren't you, that you hadn't seen the document in 2010, weren't you?
No, sir, that's not the case.
You're here running the same line as you had run in 2013 and 2015, aren't you?
No.
Giving false evidence to the inquiry?
No, I do not give false evidence. I'm here to assist, and that's what I'm doing.
When you wrote this, you didn't know that we would discover an email sending the document to you of the 5th of October, did you?
No, that's not the case. I don't remember any of these documents at all.
Sorry, the 8th of
receiving from
October.
the inquiry.
You didn't know that we would get hold of the document, the email dated the 8th of October, showing that this had in fact been sent to you?
No, that's not the case.
You didn't pay this much attention when you were writing this witness statement by looking at the character string at the bottom of the document to see that it had in fact been saved in your drive, did you?
That's not the case. That's not true.
You're not really a details man, are you?
Well, I don't know what you mean, but...
You weren't paying the attention that it deserved to the details when you were writing this, were you? You didn't see that you'd printed the document, did you?
I don't know what you mean, sir, but I can tell you I did not see that document until before the inquiry sent it to me.
So that might be an appropriate moment for the morning break. Can we break from now until 11 o'clock, please?
Yeah.
Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you, yes.
Mr. Singh, did you maintain a hard copy file for each case that you prosecuted?
Yes.
And did you print documents and add them to the file?
I didn't personally. What used to happen, we had a desktop. My secretary did, I did the dictation, my secretary did the typing, and she did the printing.
And so would you say, please print a document and add it to the file?
I don't know how the system was set up, but certainly I dictated, and she did the, for example, if the letter came in, I would dictate it with a physical file and and gave it to her, and she would do the...
I'm not talking about letters out at the moment. I'm talking about documents in. If you received an email and you wanted it added to the file, you would say, please print this email. Please print this document.
She would, yes. Yes.
And how would she have access to your system?
I don't know, sir, to be honest.
Did she have access to your system?
She had access to the system, yeah.
You didn't have to forward her the email?
No, I don't think so.
So if we were to find a copy of Mr. Jenkins' report on the Seema Misra hard copy file, that would mean that you had given an instruction for it to be printed, would it?
I can't recall how it works out now. But certainly, I wasn't very good at the tech IT side of things, the printing, and all I did dictated the stuff, and she did the rest. She made up the file, and she printed the emails. I very rarely, I don't think remember printing very much at all because I didn't know how to.
You knew the high importance of the Seema Misra case to the Post Office, didn't you?
It's still very important to me now, sir.
But back in the day, back in October 2010, you knew it was of critical importance to the Post Office.
It was important to me because it's the very first one I've been able to take it all the way with the documents. Every single document in that case was new to me, and that I was very careful and very cautious. I had Mr. Longman, Mr. Tadford, even Mr. Jenkins onto it, Mr. Wilson, because I didn't feel comfortable. I think there was a number of occasions when I said to Mr. Wilson, Rob, you need to take this case on. I just can't cope with it because, everything was so new. I was so careful and methodical with it because I knew, somebody's I didn't want to get anything wrong on it.
So being careful and methodical, you would have received this email and read it carefully, wouldn't you?
As I said to you, if I received it, if I've even seen it, the first thing I would have done is probably send it to Mr. Tedford and Mr. Longman, because we were working very closely together on this, and certainly Mr. Tedford, and probably because of the nature of it, I didn't understand it, and you've got Misra case on Monday. We've been very close-knit team. He would have received it, and he would have probably rang me, or I would have rang him, and say, look, Mr. Tedford, what does it mean? What do we do, please? That's how I worked. And same as Mr. Longman. Mr. Longman was wonderful all the way through because he was very helpful to me because he was an expert dealing with Fujitsu and all side of things. So that's the first thing I've done. If I read it, that would have been what I've done with it, would have done with it.
All of this, if I received it, if I read it, is a big fat lie, isn't it? And
no, sir.
You know it, Mr. Singh.
Sir, I didn't come here to lie. I'm at an age where I have come to assist the inquiry, and that's all. And if I had seen it at that time, that is what I would have done. I'm not one of those. You've seen it. You call me a letterbox. That's a compliment to me because that's the way I work. If I don't understand anything, I don't understand anything. I will find somebody who does. Here, Mr. Tedford was my guy, and so was Mr. Longman. So that's the way we worked. The first thing would have been, it would have been forwarded to him we would have discussed it and we would have dealt with it.
Can we look, please, at poll 305 5418? This is an email half an hour earlier on Friday, the 8th of October, to you from Miss Talbot, copying in Mike Granville and Rod Ismay. They were senior managers in the business, weren't they?
I know Mandy Talbot. I've never heard of Mike Granville. I don't know who Rod Ismay was either. But she was a bit of a nuisance, and I don't think I've actually responded to her very much.
Sorry, who was a nuisance?
Mandy Talbot, because I think she kept on asking all sort of weird and wonderful questions, and I just referred her to Mr. Wilson because I just didn't understand what information, what inferences she was asking for. So everything I highlighted, and I just referred her to Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson being of the same rank, or they probably had a lot of discussions, but I had very little to do with her.
Anyway, so just before you received the email containing the details of the receipts and payments mismatch bug, Ms. Talbot is writing to you saying, Mike and Rod are also very interested in any developments. Did you think at the time, I don't even know who Mike and Rod are?
Probably, but I mean,
Dear Mandy, please explain who Mike and Rod are.
I didn't do that. I didn't even respond to her, I don't think, because I was so focused on that particular case. I knew her from the old days when she was in the civil litigation department, we were in the same building, but I didn't really speak to her very much. All of a sudden, in this case, she appeared from nowhere, and I think the only other involvement we had is when Mrs. Misra highlighted the computer magazines and the list of cases, and I think Warwick Tedford went to meet her to review those cases, but I didn't. I don't think I've had very much to do with her. I don't think I've met her since our days when we were in the same building in Impact House in Croydon.
Anyway, these two men that you don't know are very interested in any developments at the trial next week which impact on Horizon. You promised to let me know if anything unfortunate occurred in respect of Horizon. That's written as if Miss Talbot had had a conversation with you or a communication with you in which you had said, if something unfortunate happens, you would let her know. Is that right?
I probably had a very glancing conversation. There wasn't anything about unfortunate. I don't know what she was talking about there as to what she mentioned. But it was, I don't even recall the conversation. As I said, the only conversation she had was with Rob Wilson, head of criminal law team, because they probably meet the same people, they had the same briefing, and they were, contact within the business. I had no contact within the business. The only people I knew was Rob Wilson, and probably my, Juliet McFarland, Mrs. Debbie Staples, and the two legal executives who I work with.
Please, can you copy Rod and Mike into any messages? You didn't reply and say, well, why should I do that? I don't know who these men are.
I don't recall, to be honest.
Incidentally, I assume you've briefed external relations. Had you briefed external relations?
I don't even know who external relations she was referring to at that time. I mean, it's certainly when I moved to Post Office Limited, they had a big department, big room like this with a lot of cameras and videos and all sorts of things. But certainly at that time, I don't know what she was talking about, communications.
Did you reply and say, I don't know what you mean by external relations?
No, I don't think I replied in those terms. I probably
Can you let us know who you've briefed? Because Mike and Rod may wish to have input into any story relating to Horizon. They may give you a call for an update. Incidentally, Postmasters for Justice met with the Minister this week and were accompanied by Izzy Hogg, that's the defence solicitor, and the lady from Shoesmiths. This email left you in no doubt as to how important the trial was to the business, didn't it?
No, sir. That didn't even occur to me. Mrs. Misra was the most important person because I was focused on dealing with her case in the best of my ability. Certainly, I don't think I replied to it, but if I did reply to it, I would have left it to Rob Wilson to deal with her.
You didn't reply to this because you understood that this was conveying the message. The Horizon system is on trial next week. You need to tell us if anything is going to go wrong.
No, Mrs. Misra was on trial, not Horizon. Horizon didn't occur to me at all. I don't even understand the Horizon. I was dealing with the trial as a trial would do. Horizon is something that John Longman and Mr. Jenkins dealt with.
This would have put in your mind, wouldn't it, when you received the receipts and payments mismatch documentation, the high importance of it, wouldn't it?
No, that was, I didn't receive that document. As I said to you, that if I did, my team or Mr. Tedford and Mr. Longman be the first people who would have been copied in, like we always did. You've seen how we went through the Misra case in a very methodical, careful way. And I admit mistakes were made, and I'm ever sorry that Mrs. Misra had suffered. And I am ever so embarrassed to be here that we made those mistakes and put somebody's liberty at stake and the loss she suffered and the damage we caused, which is not what this is about. This email doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even remember receiving.
This tells you that there's a lot riding on the trial, doesn't it?
No, sir. No, it did not.
External relations need to be briefed. Input needs to be made in relation to a story relating to Horizon. JFSA have met with a minister. It's all ramping it up for you, isn't it? How important the trial is, because it's really about Horizon, this trial, isn't it?
Absolutely not. And I don't know anything about the Masters for Justice, ministers and shoesmiths. Izzy Hogg, yes, because she was the defence solicitor, but the others don't mean anything to me. And certainly, I don't know, you could read what you like into that content. I didn't see it in that way. She wrote, I ignored it, and it was something that Rob Wilson dealt with. I did not deal with her in any shape or form before the case, after the case.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to your knowledge of the local suspense account bug, please? And have up on the screen poll 00144919. And if we can go to page 3, please. This is an email chain that we're going to see later is forwarded to you. It's an email exchange between Leslie Sewell, who was the Chief Information Officer at the Post Office, to Paula Venables and others of the 28th of June 2013. And it's about the local suspense account bug. So it's an exchange amongst senior individuals within the organisation. And if we look at timeline, scroll down, please. Just a little bit further up, please. First raised to MBSC on 25th of February, problem diagnosed 28th of February, and then under root cause, when calculating the office balance gains and losses of stock units for a branch are pulled together into one place called the local suspense. This is temporary data which is held in the system until the end of the trading period and the branch balances. After each trading period, this should be cleared so that the opening balance is 0 at the start of the next trading period. For the 14 branches, this temporary data was not cleared, which resulted in it reappearing in the same trading period the following year. Excuse me, this only affected 2 trading periods, 9 and 10. This would have affected the sub-postmaster balance, as his opening figure would have been incorrect for that period. And if we go to page 1, please. At the foot of the page, please. This is forwarded to you from Hugh Flemington on the 28th of June, so later that day, saying, Rob Williams, have we more detail from Rod Ismay as to when we spotted this? And then at the top of the page, please. the effects of the 14 bug on branch accounting was notified to Post Office by a few sub-postmasters in around January 2012. However, Post Office did not identify Horizon as the root cause until January 2013. So at this time, in June 2013, you're being told that there's a separate bug called the local suspense account bug, the effects of which had been felt from January 2012, but Horizon had been identified as the root cause in January 2013. Yes?
Yes.
Was there a rush within the Post Office to find out in the weeks before the publication of the second site report on the 8th of July 2013, when the Post Office was aware of the bugs referred to in the report?
As far as local suspense accounts are concerned, I have no knowledge. I don't know what they mean. Secondly, these things I was copied in by my line manager, Hugh Flemington. I spoke to him and he said, we got a working group looking into it. I don't know whether he actually named who was involved in it. And he said, look, he had some sort of plan of action. So there were various people doing various things, and he asked me to do one or two things as part of it. And he said, well, when I need you, when I want you to, just keep an eye on things. And when I need you, when I want you to provide me with the information, do that. And on here, you got working group involved in it, and you got, I think, a few other people involved in it, Bond Dickinson and maybe Cartwright King. But my role, as far as my line manager was concerned, was to keep eye on things. And as and when he required any information, input, or specific advice, he will come to me. So
my question, Mr. Singh, was there something of a scrabbling around in the weeks before the second site report? When it emerged, they're going to talk about these two bugs, receipts and payments and local suspense, to find out when within the organisation we knew about them.
I wasn't involved in it. I wasn't aware of it. There was probably a certain amount of work that was carried on. As I say, there's working groups who deal with it. It was specific people onto those working groups, and they probably did. They probably had meetings with the second site. I had no meeting with second site. I don't think I've ever met second site. I can't say to you...
Mr. Singh, you're answering questions that haven't been asked. The things you've just said would be an answer to a question.
Okay.
Did you ever meet second site? And you would say, no, I didn't meet second site. But I've not asked that.
Okay. No, so apologise. I'm trying to... Okay. Ask me again, and then I will give you a straight...
Was there something of an internal scrabbling around in the period before the 8th of July 2013 in the Post Office to find out when did we know about these two bugs?
I don't recall specifically that was happening in the background, but it was not to my knowledge.
Do you agree that that's what this email chain seems to be about, a timeline of Post Office knowledge of the local suspense account bug?
I can't say to you one way or the other, I don't know, but certainly there is some sort of activity going on, yes.
Would this not prompt you to reveal, hold on, I may not know about this bug, the local suspense account bug, but I did know about the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
No, sir, because I like I said to you before the break, I wasn't aware of that.
I've known about that bug for 3 years, and I didn't disclose it in criminal proceedings.
Sir, that's not how it was. I told you I wasn't aware of it, and that is the way my evidence is. No, I was not aware of that.
Can we turn to your knowledge of the Calendar Square or Falkirk bug by looking at FUJ 00122794? And start by looking at page 2, please. Can we see an email dated the 5th of February 2010 from you, in fact, it's your secretary, Marilyn Benjamin, yes?
Yes.
To David Jones, Gareth Jenkins, and Penny Thomas, with the heading West Byfleet Issues, Seema Misra Legally Privileged. And so David Jones, he was a lawyer, right?
Yeah, I believe that Fujitsu, yes.
A Fujitsu lawyer. And you say, Dear David and Penny, on first glance, points 2 to 4 haven't been answered, which I reproduce below. And then point 3, when Gareth completes his statement, sorry, I should have read point 2. Point 2, my barrister telephoned me yesterday evening and requested that I find out any information that Fujitsu may hold in relation to an office called Calendar Square in Falkirk. Apparently Anne Chambers, a systems specialist employed by Fujitsu, was cross-examined. It said that she had full knowledge of an error in the Horizon system at this post office. Our barrister would like Gareth to deal with this matter and expand upon whatever issue Anne Chambers raised at court within his statement. 3, when Gareth completes his statement, could he also mention whether there are any known problems with the Horizon system that Fujitsu are aware of? If none, could this be clarified in the statement? And then if we scroll up, please. We then see Mr. Jenkins' reply. And so looking at this generally, this puts your knowledge of the Calendar Square bug at February 2010, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins' reply, which I think I can skip over, go to the page 1, please. A bit further up. Thank you. Mr. Jones's reply to you. This is an email that I've received earlier from Gareth. You'll see it's clear that in order to answer counsel's questions, that's Warwick Tatford's question, about any issues, he needs to be able to check the underlying transaction logs to be able to say whether there were any issues. On the specific issues you raised, Gareth's view is 2, this is about Falkirk, he needs information and time to research the background to this case before providing any response. And 3, he's not currently in a position to make a clear statement. It's possible for there to be problems where transactions have been lost in particular circumstances due to locking issues. When this happens, then we have events in the underlying logs to indicate there was an issue. Whenever we provide transaction logs to the post office, we check for such events. In the case of West Byfield, we've not been asked to provide any transaction logs, so have not made these checks. So this is telling you about the Calendar Square problem. Whilst we're here, did it cause you concern that Mr. Jenkins felt unable to make a statement as to, and if you read, he's not currently in a position to make a clear statement. And if we scroll down, please, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Thank you. He's not in a position to make a clear statement as to whether there are any known problems with the Horizon system. Did that cause alarm bells to ring for you?
He's not able to deal with it because he can't examine the logs. Secondly, I think here he's dealing directly with the defence expert, and I think it's in response to that. So in that sense, there's an issue, but it's being dealt with. It will be dealt with once he gets the information he needs to examine it.
So are you saying it didn't ring any alarm bells that your expert witness felt unable to make a statement whether there were any known problems with Horizon?
This man is a man of... I think if you look at the documents, 2 things. Firstly, he's an expert. He's an experienced person who knows the system. And secondly, I think we put the defence on notice, or even the Crown Court on the 1st of February 10, that we're not going to rely on an expert. We're relying on a Fujitsu employee who's got the experience and the knowledge to deal with it, and he's dealing with it. He's dealing with it in the sense that he needs information to be able to address it. And secondly, I think he's dealing directly with the defence expert. He's assisting him. So in that sense, and thirdly, I didn't have the knowledge to understand what the locking issue was at that time. Sorry, maybe it's a long answer, but just a comprehensive thing as to my understanding from the inquiry papers when I read them. And that's why I'm highlighting to you what I'm highlighting to you now, that I didn't understand what the locking meant. I probably need somebody like Mr. Gareth Jenkins or Warwick or Mr. Longman to explain that to me. And he didn't have any alarm bells because he's dealing with it. He will deal with it when he's received the logs.
I'm not going to pursue that further. That can come down. Do you remember that just before the publication of the second site report in July 2013, you sought out some of the papers concerning your knowledge of the Calendar Square bug?
Yes, my line manager, Hugh Flemington, asked for them because the company secretary wanted them.
Can we look, please, at FUJ 0015 4228 and turn, please, to page 4. Can you see that there's an email here, seemingly out of nowhere, from Mr. Jenkins to you on the 1st of July 2013, attaching his witness statement for the Misra case?
I don't think it came out from nowhere. I think I emailed him, and the company secretary, I think, also in the background had been in touch with him to find out whether there was any other problems apart from the Falkirk issue.
What was the context for you asking for a copy of his witness statement from 3 years previously in July 13?
Because my line manager, Hugh Flemington, asked for it because he'd been asked by the company secretary to obtain it.
But Mrs. Misra had been found guilty. She'd served her sentence of imprisonment. The case had been concluded. Why did you need to see the witness statement?
As I said to you, a working group is working on it. I've been told when I request input from you or what I request from you, you provide it, and I did. And he asked, and I think he said there's an email chain from the information, the inquiry, or the papers inquiry supplied to me, that she wanted the head of legal, Hugh Flemington, and he copied me and said, Jarnail, can you provide Castleton issue or Falkirk? And I did the best I could and provided that.
Was this part of the scrabbling around within the post office in the run-up to the publication of the second site report to find out what had and had not been disclosed? Because you knew that second site were going to mention the existence of bugs in Horizon in their report.
No, sir. You're further from the facts. Facts were there's a working group involved. My line manager asked me when I need an input from you or the information I need, and you need to be ready to provide it. Company secretaries has asked him for certain information. He's asked me to get it, and that's all there is. That is my total involvement in obtaining that. It was nothing untoward on my part. I don't know what they were looking for, what they wanted. I was asked for some information. I found it, provided it.
If we go to the bottom of page 3, please. You reply to him what bugs were referred to or considered in Misra or Castleton or any other case, full stop, are able to help. Then further up the page, please. His reply, Jarnail, the bug that was discussed in both cases related to a problem found in Calendar Square, Falkirk, around 2004, as covered in my witness statement, in response to it having been raised by the defence expert, Professor McLachlan. He was aware of it, as it had also been raised by Mr. Castleton in 2006. I don't know how Mr. Castleton was aware of it. So that's all accurate. He rightly says that a single bug was disclosed in Misra, only the Calendar Square bug, correct?
Yes.
Here we're a week before the publication of the interim report and a fortnight before the writing of the Simon Clarke advice. And then if we go up further, please. You reply, good afternoon and thanks. Are they the two referred to presently? Are you able to pinpoint it in your statement? And then keep scrolling, please. Please see page 14, and that will take you to the Calendar Square bug. Also is attached to the summary from Castleton, which refers to the problem in point 23, which is also about Calendar Square. And then further up, please. And you say, thank you. Gareth, you said the Falkirk bug was first raised in the Castleton civil case and was then picked up on for a number of subsequent criminal cases, even though it was irrelevant to those environments. Apart from the Misra case, can you give us the names of the other subsequent cases he refers to? Why were you, at this stage, not revealing your knowledge of the receipts and payments mismatch bug, when there's this detailed investigation into the revelation of the Falkirk Square bug?
Because I didn't know about them. Like I told you before, that was the only issue I knew about, and that's what this is about. The person who would know would have been Fujitsu, and the contact we had was Gareth Jenkins, and that's why we referred to him for information. And that's what I've been asked to do. That's what I've done.
Can we go forwards to poll 303-1352? And turn to page 3 at the bottom, please. This starts off with an email chain that ends up with you, but to start with doesn't include you.
No.
Mr. Baker to Gareth Jenkins and the Chief Information Officer and the Company Secretary. Gareth, you mentioned discussing the Falkirk bug in the Misra case today. Are there any other examples where bugs have been discussed in court? And then if we, I should say that the heading of that email is discuss of defect in Horizon in court, yes?
Yes.
And then if we scroll up, please. Mr. Jenkins replies, I'm not aware of any other specific bugs being discussed in court, either related to Legacy Horizon or Horizon Online. The Falkirk bug was first raised in the Castleton civil case and was then picked up on for a number of subsequent criminal cases, even though it was irrelevant to these environments. Defence experts were using it as an example that Horizon has bugs. And then further up, please. Owen Lyon, just go back. Owen Lyon says the question was really about whether the defect had been spoken about in open court, other than in the Misra case, as it helps that it was in the public domain and not covered up in any way. And then scroll up, please. Mr. Jenkins says, I understand the bug was spoken about in Castleton. I wasn't involved. Personally, it was definitely spoken about in the Misra case, where it was interrogated at length. Other cases where it was mentioned were settled out of court, so far as I know. And then scroll up more, please. And then stop there. I think here, Owen Lyon says, thanks, Gareth. Can we get the witness statement for Castleton, please? Hugh. Thanks, Alwyn. Then Hugh Flemington says, can you get the case details, please, as Alwyn has asked for. Is that what led to you sending that email or speaking to Mr. Jenkins, asking for a copy of his witness statement?
I think, yeah.
So,
Yeah, trying to think. Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So Miss Lyons is saying, can we get the witness statement for Castleton, please? Yeah?
Yes.
And you can see the heading of the email is still called discussion of defects in Horizon in court. Yeah?
Yes.
And then go to page 1, please. This is your reply if we scroll down to the foot of the page. Jarnail Singh, criminal lawyer. Yes?
Yes.
And then go to the top of the page, please. And keep going. Still dated the 1st of July, 2013. You see you've changed the heading to the email.
Because it's post and paste, I think, from...
Sorry?
It's post and paste. Post and paste from counsel's advice, opinion, or write-up on the Castleton and the the issues in Misra, I think.
You'd been asked to provide a copy of the witness statement of Mr. Jenkins, hadn't you?
I don't know.
Sorry, the witness statement in the Castleton case.
Castleton, I think I got Bond Dickinson to deal with it because it's a civil case. I don't know whether I had anything. The only thing I had in relation to Castleton was him being mentioned and discussed and dealt with.
So let's go back to page 2 then. Thanks, Gareth. Can we get the witness statement for Castleton, please, Hugh? And then to you, Jarnail, can you get Castleton case details, please? Yes? So it's all about Castleton, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and then we go to page 1. Suddenly you're talking about Seema Misra.
Because the only case I know of where Castleton has been mentioned and discussed and dealt with is the Misra case. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about the Castleton case because I think it was a civil matter from my recollection. And I think it's Mr. Tedford, I think, who did the review because of the whatever we were dealing with at that time. But the only information I had, as far as the Castleton is concerned, is here. And I think I asked Bond Dickinson for a statement to provide them. Whether they did or not, I don't know. But then that's the only thing I had, and I provided it.
So you asked to provide the witness statement in Lee Castleton's case, and you say, in criminal trials, both the prosecution and defence put their case to the jury, who make a decision beyond reasonable doubt on finding the defendant guilty. Jury do not give reasons for their verdict, and it's not possible to ask the jury the basis and details on which they make their decision. On occasion, particular point can be inferred. This is the only criminal trial where a jury has been required to consider in detail the integrity of the Horizon system. 1. Seema Misra was sub-postmistress at West Byfleet. She was accused of stealing £74,000 between 2005 and 8. On the 21st of October 2010, after a 7-day trial, she was found guilty by the jury of the theft. 2. Mrs. Misra claimed that although she was guilty of false accounting, she had not stolen the money, whose loss she concealed. She suggested that one possible reason why the money appeared to be missing might be computer error. The jury heard from expert witnesses for the Crown and the defence. Their evidence was sufficiently detailed as to have lasted 2 full days. The jury's verdict showed that it was sure that computer error played no part in the case. There has been no appeal against conviction. We instructed our own expert, Gareth Jenkins, from Fujitsu. This was a turning point in the case. And skipping to 4, in his evidence to the jury, Professor McLachlan conceded that all of the theoretical problems he'd raised were now irrelevant. 5, the most significant case reviewed was that of Lee Castleton, civil case only. He brought a civil action alleging deficiencies in the Horizon system. He, unlike any other sub-postmaster, was prepared to be specific about some of the problems he claimed to have encountered. His claims were utterly refuted in the written judgment of the case. The judgment explains in detail why Mr. Castleton's allegations were rejected. It provides a rigorous analysis that is woefully absent from the vague and illogical complaints about Horizon that are reported in some sections of the media. Judgment referred briefly to a real computer problem that emerged at Calendar Square office in Falkirk. Gareth Jenkins, to investigate this problem, he provided a detailed summary of the problem in his witness statement, page 14 of the 9th of March 2010. He also explained in that statement why he concluded it was irrelevant to Mrs. Misra's case. You took it upon yourself here to provide an explanation to a wide readership which sought to justify the jury's verdict in Misra, didn't you?
No, that wasn't the case. I think I discussed it with Hugh Flemington, head of legal, and I explained to him, look, I don't know where to get the statement, but the only thing I have got of any relevance is this. And I showed it to him, and I said, well, what do you want me to do? And he said, well, send it to me, and I'll get it sorted, or I get, I don't know, somebody called Parsons Bondiggins to provide it if they may have it. I said, well, I certainly haven't. I didn't even know where to get it from. And he said, well, just send me that and see what I can, maybe you can, discuss it and forward it on. But there was nothing like what you're suggesting at all.
You were seeking to justify
No.
why the jury's verdict was a vindication of Horizon, weren't you?
No, not at all. That's the only information I had with regard to Castleton. Civil case, as it says clearly, is a civil case only. And I've discussed it with him as, Hugh, look, that's all I have. What do you want me to do? And he said, well, send what you have, and I have.
You've been asked to provide a copy of a witness statement in the Castleton case, and you provided a detailed narrative about the Misra case, didn't you?
No, because that's the only information I had. And I asked him, was it relevant? Do you want me to send it, or what do you want me to do? And he said, just send it as it is. And I did.
You started to understand, didn't you, that the Misra case was going to be a problem for you, didn't you?
It wasn't a problem for me because I wasn't dealing with it. Problem was in the sense that, as I say, the way we find ourselves where we are, obviously, I'm grieved that she had to suffer. The pain of her and the family had to suffer. And it was doubly, I'm grieved in the sense that there was mistakes being made and she had to go through it. That is what I'm feeling today. And I always felt when the Court of Appeal decided rightly what they did, the mistakes were made. I made the mistakes. We didn't have the systems and procedures. Certainly, on various stages, I wanted to drop the case, and it was a decision made by head of criminal law, Rob Wilson, to proceed with it. That is what it is. It is not what you are suggesting.
You knew, Mr. Singh,
No.
didn't you, that your knowledge of the receipts and payments mismatch bug was going to come under scrutiny? And what you were doing here, having been asked to provide a copy of the witness statement in Castleton, was to try and stand up to show why the result in the Seema Misra case was a good one.
Absolutely not. Not true.
Can we move on, please, to poll 0029 7710? This is essentially a state of play email sent to you on the 13th of July 2013. So this is between Second Sight Interim Report and Simon Clark advice. If we scroll down, please. In fact, just read it to yourself as we scroll down. So if we go back to the top, please. So it's an overview of where we are, sent by Rob Williams. Criminal law, these are the people dealing with the criminal law. Civil law, these are the people dealing with civil law. Media law, these are the people dealing with the media. Law aspects of the case, issues. Current and historic criminal case review, Cartwright King. Review is now considering pre-separation cases. Cartwright King notifying Post Office of cases where further disclosure is required as they are identified. Next conference call on Wednesday the 17th, Bond Dickinson to attend to facilitate coordination. Second site review, Bond Dickinson. And then over the page, Fujitsu, Bond Dickinson, Cartwright King. Cartwright King has raised an issue concerning horizon evidence presented by Fujitsu during the criminal trials. So you knew by this time that Cartwright King had focused on or was centering upon the issue of the evidence provided by Fujitsu in the course of criminal trials, didn't you?
No.
What did you understand that sentence to mean?
I don't remember coming across this. Just was that with my inquiries bundle papers? Was it? I don't remember that.
You agree that that's what it suggests on its face, that Cartwright King are raising issues about the evidence presented by Fujitsu in the course of criminal trials?
Well, that's what it says, but as at that time, that didn't occur to me purely because whatever you're suggesting is not true. I didn't know about that.
I haven't suggested anything yet.
Well, I suggested,
but it's nice to know that you think it would be not true.
Well, okay, fine.
Is that your default position when coming to give evidence in answer to the questions from counsel to the inquiry? If he suggests things, they're not true?
Well, no. I'm trying to listen to you, trying to understand where you're going, but I...
So why did you say what you're suggesting is not true when I hadn't made a suggestion?
Well, okay, but make the suggestion then.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. If we move on to the next paragraph, new horizon expert. Hugh emailed new Fujitsu contact, Torsten Godseth, Cartwright King to arrange to meet Torsten Godseth, Andy Parsons, Bond Dickinson, progressing new independent expert. You were aware, at least by the date of this email, weren't you, of the key consequence arising from it, the need to find a new expert witness?
I don't know what you... I don't understand what you're telling me or asking me.
On reading this email, you would have been aware of the need to find a new horizon expert, wouldn't you?
What's the... I don't know. I mean, I'm not involved in... I'm not a decision maker. I don't make decisions as to what goes on. I don't know what you're suggesting or what you want me to answer. What is your question? I mean, I don't understand it.
By the time of this email, you would have been aware of the need to find a new expert on Horizon, wouldn't you?
What's the... as I said to you, wasn't involved in this. The only time I think a new independent expert had been suggested was subsequently by legal counsel, Post Office counsel Susan, I think some later stage, but no, I'm not aware of the independency of the expert or anything of that nature at that stage. I wasn't involved in it, no.
Can we move forward to Mr. Clark's advice of the 15th of July, please? Poll 406357. This is Mr. Clark's advice of the 15th of July. And if we can go forwards, please, to paragraph 38. So I haven't got a note of the page number. Sorry, if we just stop there, this is where he sets out discussion. And if we just scroll slowly down, please. And then keep going, please. Let's stop there. By reason of the matters stated, it may reasonably be suggested that the conclusions set out immediately below are established. Since September 2010, Horizon Online had suffered at least two defects or bugs. One appears to have been resolved in early 2011, the other remained extant until at least January 13, and on one account will not be remedied until October 2013. Dr. Jenkins informed the Second Site Committee of the existence of the two bugs within the 12 months preceding publication of their interim report. Accordingly, Dr. Jenkins knew of the bugs, their history and resolution during the period 5th of October and the 3rd of April. If we scroll down, in fact, no need to read this, keep going, please. And over the page, and over the page. Conclusions, what does this mean? It means that Dr. Jennings has not complied with his duties to the court, the prosecution and the defence. And then 38, the reasons why Dr. Jenkins failed to comply with this duty are beyond the scope of this review. However, this is the position. One, Dr. Jenkins failed to disclose material known to him, but which undermines his expert opinion. This failure is in plain breach of his duty as an expert witness. Accordingly, his credibility as an expert witness is fatally undermined. He shouldn't be asked to provide expert evidence in any current or future prosecution. Similarly, in those current and ongoing cases where Dr. Jenkins has provided an expert witness statement, he should not be called upon to give that evidence. We should seek a different independent expert to fulfill that role. Notwithstanding the failure is that of Dr. Jennings and arguably of Fujitsu, this failure has a profound effect on Post Office and its prosecutions, not least by reason of Dr. Jenkins' failure. Material which should have been disclosed to defendants was not disclosed, thereby placing the Post Office in breach of their duty as a prosecutor. By reason of that failure to disclose, there are a number of now convicted defendants to whom the existence of bugs should have been disclosed but was not. And then reading on, there are a number of current cases where there's been no disclosure where there ought to have been. Just stopping there, in your witness statement to the inquiry, you say that you read this advice and you agreed with it. You say, I believe I agreed with Simon Clarke's advice on these matters.
Well, he's a senior, knowledgeable, experienced practitioner. He's reviewed the papers. He's got the papers, more information than anybody. He's advised on it. Why would I disagree with it?
But you say in your witness statement you agreed with the advice.
Agreed?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I read it. I mean, agreed in the sense that it's right. I mean, if he's a discredited witness who's not given true evidence in court, how can you actually use him?
And so if we just go back up to paragraph 38 then. The reasons why Gareth Jenkins failed to comply with his duty are beyond the scope of this review. Do you agree that you were one of the very people capable of addressing the reasons why Gareth Jenkins may not have discharged his duties of disclosure?
No. No, that wasn't the case.
Do you agree that you were one of the very people capable of addressing the reasons why Mr. Jenkins may not have discharged his duties of disclosure because you had not told him about those duties?
That is true, but like I tried to explain to you in the last time I gave evidence, he came in as an experienced person who came to assist the defence expert. We notified the court and the defence, who accepted that we weren't going to rely on an expert but a Fujitsu employee. There was no person within the post office that we had, as to how to instruct an expert. We probably made mistakes, and there was somewhere along the lines somebody should have realised, and probably me, Rob Wilson, and Mr. Tedford, that he is an expert now. We should have notified him of his obligations, and we failed in that. I agree on that. Yes.
Before saying to yourself, I agree with this man's advice, did you think you should explain to anyone that you never gave Mr. Jenkins any compliant written expert instructions?
It didn't come to light. Like I said to you, It was one of those cases where nobody picked it up. I mean, you've got somebody like Mr. Tedford who's in court.
Mr. Singh, sorry to speak over you. We've moved on now.
Yeah.
We've moved on now, and somebody has picked it up.
Well,
And I'm asking what was done in response to somebody picking it up.
I don't know. I mean, I don't recall. I mean, I don't recall. I know there was obviously the Cartwright King picked it up, but it didn't occur to me. I don't know what happened, because at that time I think reviews are taking place, and I was told because of the matters I've been involved in, previous prosecution, while part of the criminal law team, they want to keep an independency of it. I should keep away from the reviews or anything that's happening surrounding it, and I did. But
before simply saying I agree with this advice, did you think that you ought to say to somebody, whether Cartwright King or otherwise, I hadn't explained to Mr. Jenkins his duty as an expert to give disclosure?
I mean, I probably didn't get the training, supervision, or whatever you like to call it. Maybe I wasn't well versed with what the expert's witness obligations were, or how we meant to deal with it. Certainly, it is a failing or mistake on my part, I accept, but we didn't have the systems and procedures in place to deal with it. And that's why we, as a team, fell on. We should have been explained. Maybe it's something that we should have dealt with appropriately right from the outset. Nobody picked it up. And certainly here, I would have thought that somebody at Cartwright King, who are the criminal law specialist, would be able to highlight it to the people they're dealing with. Because these advices are now for the senior people. You've got Mr. Flemington and Miss Crichton. This is for them. I mean, I think we just get it second-hand, or they pass it on, the advice. I don't know when I got it or when I looked at it. And certainly
Mr. Singh, this advice is criticising in very strong terms Gareth Jenkins for not giving disclosure of, amongst other things, the receipts and payments mismatch bug, yes?
I don't know what. Well, certainly criticising in the sense that he wasn't told of his obligations, because we didn't understand the obligations ourselves.
I'm not going to go over it again. What Mr. Clark does is he highlights the passages from the second site report which disclose the two bugs, one of which is receipts and payments mismatch. Mm-hmm. He then says it's clear that Gareth Jenkins knew about those and he failed to give disclosure of them. Yes?
I don't.
And then it comes to this part. It says the reasons why he failed to comply with these duties are beyond the scope, but the consequences are as follows. Yes?
Yes.
Did you not think, hold on, Mr. Jenkins did tell us about the receipts and payments mismatch bug? I got sent an email containing his report about it on the Friday before trial, and I sat on it.
I did not receive it. I didn't read it. I didn't print it. Like I told you, that's my evidence. And it didn't occur to me because it was the senior team dealing with it. And I was told to keep away from it purely because of the cases being reviewed were the old Royal Mail Group cases.
We see lots of investigation about what did we know about Falkirk. We see lots of investigation about what did we know about the local suspense account. Why is there not a similar inward-looking approach about what did we, in particular, what did Jarnail Singh know about the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
I think that's a question for the senior legal team and Cartwright King, because they're dealing with it, because at that stage my role was completely different. And my role was basically in between the Post Office Limited and Cartwright King. And as and when my line manager, Hugh Flemington, needed input or specific advice.
On the last occasion, we addressed your refusal of defence requests for information about system faults in the course of the Misra prosecution, yes?
I don't know which specific...
They wrote to you, Izzy Hogg wrote to you and said, can we have details of known system faults?
I don't recall.
Well, I'm not going to go back over
No, but I
the
mean, I don't
transcript of the
recall, I
last
mean,
occasion. You'd refused disclosure of the known error log, hadn't you?
I didn't refuse anything. I mean, the way it was dealt, they came in and it was looked at by Mr. Tedford, Mr. Longman, Rob Wilson, and it was just the logs I think we had problem with because the commercial relationship or the contractual relationship between the post office and Fujitsu. I mean, there's nothing within my control. If it was within the first experience I've had of obtaining those logs were in the Misra case, because I've not dealt with any other cases. I didn't understand any of the issues or the problems regarding the problems we're dealing with here, because I had no experience. That was the first time I came into a lot of these documents. So I don't really quite understand what are you asking of me or what you want me to reply to you.
You knew that Mr. Jenkins wasn't a professional expert witness, didn't you?
Yes.
You knew that he had very little experience of giving evidence in court.
I didn't know that because he was actually dealing with a lot of the interim reports from the defence expert, plus I think Rob Wilson, I think it dealt with him on a number of occasions, not in court, but certainly as far as obtaining information or witness statements, because he was the one who actually somewhere said, well, look, you know, who suggested him, I think, somewhere along the line. But it was my first experience of dealing with an expert. As I say, the first time I dealt with anything of that nature, last time I dealt with anything of that nature was probably about 20 odd years ago, in 1989-90, when I was working in private practice. But it obviously is a mistake on my part that I should have been more aware as to what the expert duties are. He came in as a experienced person, as you can see from the email from 5th of February 10, from Mr. Jones, the head of Fujitsu, and Izzy Hogg. I mean, she was only glad that you had somebody like that to explain the unique Horizon system to their expert. So,
Mr. Singh, did you adopt a strategy of lumping this all on to Mr. Jenkins?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I didn't lump anything on anybody. I mean, my fault was that mistake was that I did not pass this case on to somebody more experienced like Rob Wilson. But Rob Wilson reassured me I'm there in the background as and when you need me. I'm the decision maker. As and when you need something, come to me and I will deal with it. And you had somebody experienced like Mr. Tedford, who's an experienced and independent barrister who dealt with these cases for the Post Office and Royal Mail Group for a number of years. You got Mr. Longman, who's dealt with Fujitsu as to obtaining those information. But it's I'm a lawyer in the case. I should have been able to instruct him in a proper way at some stage when I found out that it should have been done. But it was overlooked because nobody picked it up. And I think even it went to court.
And Mr. Singh, all I'm asking is this is somebody picking it up. And what you didn't do was say, hold on, Post Office is at fault here too. I'm at fault here too. What you did is you covered up your own knowledge of the receipts and payments mismatch bug and let the false narrative continue that Mr. Jenkins had not given disclosure of it, didn't you?
No, that's further from the truth. That's not the case.
So can we take the second break until 12:15, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Can we start by looking at poll 0015 5555? These are notes of Roderick Williams, dated the 2nd of September 2013. You can see the date on the right-hand side.
Yes,
and
yes, I
Mr.
can.
Williams has told us that these are his notes in which he recorded a conversation with Martin Smith of Cartwright King of that date. Okay?
Yes, yes.
And can we look at the bottom left-hand side, please? And keep going, please. On the left-hand side, 6 lines up from the bottom, it says M. Smith. And then under the first arrow, don't think he's ever been advised of his duties. And then on the right-hand side, in the box, second line in, what were we doing to instruct GJ, which Mr. Williams told us meant Gareth Jenkins. So on the left-hand side, Mr. Williams told us that this was a reference to Gareth Jenkins. Don't think he's ever been advised of his duties. Did Mr. Smith ever discuss with you whether Mr. Jenkins had been properly advised of his duties?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Did Mr. Smith ever discuss with you whether Mr. Jenkins had been properly advised of his duties?
I don't recollect we having that discussion. I don't think he told me, no.
Did Mr. Williams raise the matter with you?
I don't think so. I don't recall, but I don't think so.
Did either of them suggest to you that Mr. Jenkins had not been ever advised of his duties?
I don't recall. No, I don't think so, but I don't recall. I mean,
was it relayed back to you that Cartwright King appeared to have taken the view that Mr. Jenkins had never been advised of his expert duties?
I don't recall having that conversations with them.
Was that a matter not more widely discussed within the post office, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Was it a matter raised with or discussed with Mr. Altman, King's counsel?
I don't recall. I don't remember it. I mean, it may have done, but I didn't brief Mr. Altman. Bond Dickinson always did. They provide the papers.
You were present at a conference with him, weren't you?
Yeah, in September. Yeah.
On the 9th of September, I think.
Yes.
2013.
Yes.
What we've seen so far is Mr. Clark saying Mr. Jenkins is at fault for all of these things. We've got a note here on the 2nd of September 2013 with Cartwright King seemingly saying, we don't think Gareth Jenkins has ever been advised of his duties. And Mr. Williams writing a sort of an internal rhetorical question, what were we doing to instruct Gareth Jenkins?
What's the date of this?
2nd of September, so a week before the conference. Was this never raised with you? You're the solicitor in the case.
I don't think so.
In the Misra case, at which Mr. Jenkins gave evidence in court.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing I heard was that this is the only trial where he's actually given evidence. I know Cartwright
It was
King,
unique for that reason, wasn't it?
I know Cartwright King were using him, but I had lost contact them because they all the work was outsourced to them, and certainly Mr. Williams was busy doing his thing. I don't recall anybody coming up to me and say, look, you didn't instruct him properly or you didn't explain his obligations to him. I don't recall that, no.
Or was it the case that this was the truth that dare not be spoken? That we, the post office, are implicated in this too?
Maybe the post office is, but I mean, I don't know about the post office, but certainly I wasn't thinking like that, no.
Why weren't you thinking like that?
Well, I as I said to you, that it was a strange sort of setup. My role was basically, as you said, a postbox. I relayed information from one place to another. I wasn't really involved in this heavyweight litigation. Cartwright King on the one side, and you had Bond Dickinson on the other, and you got the post office in the middle instructing one or the other. So nobody raised it with me. Nobody, even my line manager, never mentioned it. To my knowledge, but certainly I don't recall anybody discussing it. No.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I move to my second topic then, which is the shredding of documents? We've heard a significant amount of evidence in relation to the circumstances in which Mr. Simon Clarke came to write his so-called shredding advice on the 2nd of August 2013. And so I'm going to be targeted in my questions to you. Can I start, please, with the conversation that began this? And can we look at paragraph 55 of your second witness statement, please?
Sorry. Mr. Bear, can I just have 5 minutes because my eyes are... So can I got a problem with my eyes.
If you want a 5-minute break, Mr. Singh, please have one.
Yeah, please.
Right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry.
So I think the best thing is if you leave the hearing room, Mr. Singh, everybody else should wait in the hearing room for 5 minutes. And if that doesn't prove to be enough, then we'll take it from there. But for the moment, you leave and have a short break. And then Mr. Beer will reconnect with me in 5 minutes and tell me what's good.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, we were going to look at paragraph 55 of your second witness statement, which is on page 20.
Oh, sorry, second.
It's up on the screen for you.
Oh, okay.
And just the context is there had been the Wednesday weekly hub meetings set up. I think you say earlier that you weren't involved in setting them up. You weren't present on the first one on the 19th of July. You did attend on the 24th of July 2013. And paragraph 55, the third meeting, you say, I recall after the weekly meeting on the 31st of July, which you believe took place in the morning, Dave Posnett came to see me. He was seeking my guidance because he said John Scott had instructed him that typed minutes of the weekly calls should be scrapped and or shredded. I immediately felt very uncomfortable, and I told Dave Posnett very clearly he must not do that and he should tell John Scott the same. I recognised this was a serious issue, and I called Martin Smith at Cartwright King. I think I might have even done this when Dave Posnett was present, so he could talk to Martin Smith if needed, but I'm not certain of this. In any event, I relayed word for word what Dave Posnett had told me, and I believe Martin Smith's record is an accurate note. I believe I also spoke with Hugh Flemington about this, but this might not have been on the same day. So that's your recollection of the conversation with Mr. Posnett and what you did as a result, yes?
Yes, yes.
And so what Mr. Posnett told you, we can see from the fourth line, is that Mr. Scott had instructed that minutes of the weekly calls should be scrapped and or shredded. What was the context of that, that for the past, the minutes should be shredded, and for the future, they should be scrapped?
I don't know. I mean, all I know was that he came. He was a bit upset, or didn't, and he said, "Can I speak to you?" I said, "Yeah, certainly, David. No, not a problem." And then he said, "Look, we've been told by John Scott to scrap and shred minutes."
Were both of those things mentioned? One, you'll appreciate, I think, is backwards looking, i.e. shred what we've got.
Yes.
And the other is forward looking, that we're going to scrap, i.e. not do minute taking in the future.
I think so. I mean, I can't tell you, I don't know, 10 years on, but I certainly got Martin Smith. I quoted Mr. Posnett to him, and I said, "Look, Martin, do you want to speak to him?"
Going to come in a moment to what happened later when you spoke to Martin Smith. I'm just trying to understand from this evidence whether it's two things, one looking backwards and one looking forwards.
He mentioned both. Yeah.
Thank you. Presumably that suggestion was deeply concerning to you.
Yes, of course. I felt really uncomfortable.
Probably more than uncomfortable, because, I mean, if I can help you, the context, would this be right, would be the discussions concerned horizon faults and touched upon possible non-disclosure of horizon faults in past criminal proceedings. And the instruction was being given by the head of security, whose department had led on prosecution of sub-postmasters.
Yes, certainly, yes.
You could add a third thing into the context, that this time it was still the head of security, John Scott, making decisions on prosecutions, wasn't it?
From what I recall, yes. Yes, he was.
So those three things, we're looking at past non-disclosure in criminal proceedings. The instructions being given by the head of security, who's responsible for criminal proceedings, and he's the current decision maker. That would make this kind of instruction very serious, wouldn't it?
So that's the reason why I told David, you must not do it. I don't know, I probably swore at him, to be honest with you, and I said, "What are you doing and what are you thinking?" But I didn't quote him on that. But yes, I mean, it was serious. I mean, there's all sorts of things that come off it. There could have been all sorts of consequences. And that's probably why it prompted me to phone Martin there and then, so you can speak to David straight, then.
You say 3-4 lines from the end. In any event, I relayed word for word what Dave Posnett had told me, and I believe Martin Smith's record is an accurate note. I'm just going to see which record you're referring to there, where you say, I believe Martin Smith's record is an accurate note. Poll 0013 9745. Poll 0013 9745. This is his note of that call at 6 p.m. on the 31st of July. Is this the note you were referring to as being an accurate record?
I think more of Simon Clark's advice, I think.
It was just in your witness statement you said that Martin Smith's record is an accurate one.
Because I think that's not really, that just says scrapped. But I think the conversation is a little bit more than that. There was certainly shredding and probably a...
You'll see that this, under the detail, says discussing disclosure issues. J. Scott has instructed that type minutes be scrapped. That only mentions what I've described as the future, i.e. what's going to happen from here on in. Are you sure you were additionally told that past minutes were to be shredded?
Certainly David Posner mentioned shredding, yes.
Thank you. Can we move on, please, to poll 0032 5474? This is the following day, the 1st of August 2013 at 8:10 in the morning. It's your email to Martin Smith with the subject disclosure in criminal cases. Martin, I know Simon's advising on disclosure. As discussed, can he look into the common myth that emails, written communications, etc., meetings, if it's produced, it's then available for disclosure. If it's not, then technically it isn't, ? Possible true of civil cases, not criminal cases. By this time, Mr. Clark had been commissioned to write an advice, yes?
Yes, I think he told me that he was, and if I wanted him to deal with this as well, he'll place it before him.
Is this something else that was said in the conversation that you had with Dave Posner that had emanated from Mr. Scott? Namely, if something is written down, then it's available for disclosure. If you don't write it down, then it isn't.
I think I said, where's that coming from, or something like that, and he said, Bond Dickinson are suggesting that or advising on that.
Well, that's slightly different. So my question is exactly what you just asked of yourself there. Where is this coming from? Is this coming from Mr. Scott through Mr. Posner, or is it, as you've just suggested, coming from Bond Dickinson?
I think I said, well, why is this occurring? Why is he asking you to do that? And he said, it's Bond Dickinson are advising, I think. And then I said, well, then I think I can't 100% be sure, but he either had the minutes with him of the first Horizon weekly call, or he subsequently forwarded it to me or something or other. And then I think there's mention of that in there about the, if it's, more or less what it says here. If it's minuted, it's disclosable. If it isn't, then it isn't. That type of thing. I can't remember 100% what it was. And
so to be clear, Mr. Singh, what you're asking Mr. Clark to advise on here is something that didn't emanate from John Scott. It instead, on your understanding, came from Bond Dickinson.
The second bit is from Bond Dickinson. The first bit, I think, those matters are highlighted to me by Mr. Posner. The minutes and also the advice by Bond Dickinson.
Mr. Singh, can I be very clear about this, what you regard as the first bit and the second bit? We've talked about the shredding and the scrapping.
Yes.
Which you relayed, you say, in your conversation to Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And then this is an add-on. You're saying the following morning, can Mr. Clark also address this, please? And I'm asking, where did this come from? Did
That's
this come from Mr. Scott, or did this, on your understanding, come from Bond Dickinson?
No, Dave Posnett pointed it out to me, and I said, well, where's that coming from? And he said, it's Bond Dickens is advising in respect to disclosure.
Did he say who within Bond Dickinson was saying this?
I think Mr. Parsons.
Andrew Parsons.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we move on, please, to poll 406799? And look at page 2. This is Mr. Clark's advice of the 2nd of August, the so-called shredding advice. And in paragraph 5, if we just scroll down a little bit, he sets out, as is good practice, the information upon which he is acting in order properly to advise. He says, at some point following the conclusion of the 3rd conference call, it became unclear as to whether and to what extent material was either being retained centrally or disseminated. The following information has been relayed to me. The minutes of a previous conference call had been typed and emailed to a number of people. An instruction was then given that those emails and minutes should be and have been destroyed. The word shredded was conveyed to me. The second part of that would be accurate. You would have conveyed that to Martin Smith, wouldn't you?
I think, yes.
What about the part which says the minutes have been destroyed? Had you conveyed that to Martin Smith?
Certainly, I don't know about destroyed. I think shredded definitely, but I'm not so sure about destroyed.
I'm asking a slightly different question, Mr. Singh.
Sorry.
One is about an instruction having been given, whether using the language of destroyed or shredded. And then the second issue is, in fact, whether that's been carried into effect. Did you tell Mr. Smith that the instruction had been carried into effect?
I can't remember that. I mean, all I did was memory. David was there, and I think within minutes I phoned Martin Smith. I relayed it. I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you, whether the shredding or destroying has been carried out or not. But
okay, move on to the second point, Roman numeral 2. The information relayed to Mr. Clark was handwritten minutes were not to be typed and should be forwarded to Post Office Head of Security. Was that something that you told Mr. Smith about?
Certainly, I think David Posnett did say that, Mr. Scott wants them or something like that. But I mean, he needs them or he wants them or it needs to be forwarded to him. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But certainly, if that's what I said, that's more or less David Posnett's there, and I just relayed it to him. And I said, well, look, do you want to speak to David yourself?
So you think this is something that you would have passed on to Martin Smith?
Probably, yes.
Roman 3, advice had been given to Post Office Limited. That would tend to suggest that perhaps it was legal advice, which would be consistent with you saying that you've been told that this had come from Bond Dickinson, correct?
That's I think David Posnett pointed that out to me. It was one of the, it was in one of the minutes, weekly calls when I wasn't asked to attend.
Okay, advice had been given to Post Office.
Yeah.
Quote, if it's not minuted, it's not in the public domain and therefore not disclosable. If it's produced, it's available for disclosure. If not minuted, then technically it's not.
Yeah.
You agree that you did pass that on,
yes.
in effect, via your email of the 1st of August?
It's in there, yes.
And then scroll down to 4, please. Some at Post Office do not wish to minute the weekly conference calls. Is that something that you passed on?
No, I don't think I passed that on. But I certainly the last bit, I'm not sure about.
In terms of the consequences of all of this, that can come down. Thank you. What was done to ask Mr. Scott what he had said and why he was saying it?
It was difficult for me because I think he was senior to me, and I think he reported to Susan. But my first concern was to document it and put it out to an independent person to make a record and to enforce it within the legal team or the post office, or how important disclosure is, to get it right. I don't know whether I spoke to Hugh or even Roderick. I don't recall now. But that's all I done. I mean, I didn't, follow it up with anything more than that.
To your knowledge, what was done to confront Mr. Scott with these issues?
I don't know whether Mr. Scott was confronted, but certainly I think I probably was more confronted than he was. Because I was told, why didn't you come to us first? I think Susan subsequently, I don't know when that conversation took place.
Can you just keep your head up and therefore your voice up, please?
Yeah, I don't know when it was. I think, I don't know, sometime after, I think, Susan spoke to me and said, well, look, why didn't you come to us first, rather than going to Cartwright King?
What was the context of that? Why didn't you come to us first rather than go to Cartwright King?
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, what that was, but certainly, certainly the way I saw it, that it had to be dealt with, because I saw it as a very serious matter.
What was done to treat it as a very serious matter then?
Well, on my part,
other than passing the information to Simon Clark and him saying it's a bad thing.
Well, the thing is beyond my grade in that sense, but certainly I've highlighted it. I don't know who else I could have gone to.
Never mind you yourself, to your knowledge, was anything done at all as a result of this?
Not to my knowledge, no.
This indicated that the head of security, responsible for prosecutions, had a fundamental misunderstanding of the rules of disclosure. He had been the prosecution authority and the head of security for years. Why was nothing done?
Well, it was scary, really, because I think he was an ex-police officer as well, I think. So I don't know. I mean, to be honest, years go by, and but certainly at that time, maybe I should have done more.
This was a matter of post-conviction disclosure as well, wasn't it?
Yes. It was very, very serious, and I certainly, on my part, I think after speaking to David and Martin, I went outside and walked around the block a few times, because I just felt really, really, really annoyed with myself. And I think it was that point I was thinking about leaving. It was that serious, and I don't know. It was scary that anything like that can happen. And there's, especially when you've been advised on it, and we got all sorts of issues and problems within.
Was it so scary that, to your knowledge, the CCRC were told about it?
I think they were involved in it. I don't know whether they were told about it, because it wasn't something that I got involved in. Certainly, there was a lot of advice being sought, whether about this matter or other issues. Post Office found themselves involved in at that stage, but it wasn't something that I was copied into or involved in any discussions or conversations.
So, to your knowledge, this issue was not raised with the CCRC?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You've told us that you sought advice from Martin Smith and Simon Clark of Cartwright King in relation to the Post Office's criminal litigation disclosure obligations following the suggestion that Mr. Scott had instructed minutes be shredded and scrapped. Did you seek any equivalent advice from the Procurator Fiscal's office in Scotland?
No. I can categorically say, no, I did not, sir, no.
Did you seek any equivalent advice from your Scottish agents, BTO?
No, I didn't.
Was Mr. Clark's advice, this advice of the 2nd of August 2013, disclosed to either the Procurator Fiscal or your agents in Scotland, BTO, to your knowledge?
I certainly didn't. I don't know whether Cartwright King did or not.
To your knowledge, was there any discussion between the Post Office and those in Scotland in relation to this issue?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Can I turn to my third topic, please, which is the Post Office's prosecution strategy? Do you agree that there came a time in mid-2012 when decisions were being made as to whether the Post Office should keep prosecuting cases?
I don't know. Can you see what you're specifically referring to?
Okay, I'll take you to a document, poll 0018-0229. If we look at the foot of the page, thank you, an email to you of June 2012 from Susan Crichton in the case of Yetminster. Jarnail, if we decide not to go ahead with criminal prosecution, are there any risks for Post Office? Yes, and then your reply at the top. Susan, and I'm going to read this as it's written.
Yeah.
As a prosecutor, Post Office Prosecution Limited must be seen to exercise its judgment in all cases which give rise to potential criminal proceeding to promote effective, consistent and fair decision-making. If not, a third-party examination of our cases by, say, Director of Public Prosecution may result in withdrawal of our ability to prosecute. Decision not to prosecute cannot be kept secret. Quote, everybody will find out what we are doing, end quote. This may open Post Office to criticism and undermine faith in Horizon. This U-turn will be exploited by potential third-party sub-postmasters alliance. It may send a green light for defendants to get hold of their Member of Parliament and result in copulation. We need to send a message that post offices cannot be used as a bank. We hold a robust stance. Any wrongdoing will be investigated, prosecuted, and money recovered. Was it the Post Office's policy to bring prosecutions against sub-postmasters to, quote, maintain faith in Horizon?
No, I don't think so, sir.
Why were you concerned that if a decision not to prosecute was taken, it may undermine faith in Horizon?
I think Susan Crichton asked me for a general advice.
Well, no, she didn't. She said, if we decide not to go ahead with criminal prosecution, are there any risks?
Yeah, well, those are the two risks. I was asked, look, as far as the criminal aspect of the prosecution is concerned, we're getting advice from Cartwright King, but you need to have broadened your advice to look through the business lens. So that's why I divided into two bits. Firstly, the legal risk that when you're making a decision, it's got to be a consistent, fair decision.
I'm not asking you about that at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
I'm asking you about the second paragraph, which says a decision not to prosecute ... may open the Post Office to criticism and undermine faith in Horizon. And I'm asking.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Beer, but I just want to understand the context. My reading of the email from Ms. Crichton is that it is confined to a question as to whether the prosecution relating to the Yetminster branch should go ahead.
Just one, yeah.
Am I right in thinking that? Because obviously that may impact upon Mr. Singh's reply.
So that's my understanding, that Mr. Singh should give the evidence.
Fine.
Was it your understanding that the question was asked and therefore failed to be answered by reference to not prosecuting the sub-postmaster at the Yetminster branch?
I think so. I think she...
Right.
Yes. Well, I think it was just, Miss... I can't remember the lady's name yet.
Okay, so looking at that second paragraph then, you say a decision not to prosecute, ... may open the post office to criticism and undermine faith in Horizon. Did you see prosecutions as a way of maintaining faith in Horizon?
No.
Why did you write that?
I don't know. Decision not to cannot be kept secret. I don't recall exactly what I was thinking. All I was thinking about. You got to have a consistent approach. You can't just have one case and decide not to prosecute, not to go ahead.
You deal with consistency in your first paragraph.
Yeah.
Here you're dealing with a separate issue, Mr. Singh, which is if we don't prosecute, it may undermine faith in Horizon. And I'm asking, did you see prosecutions as a way of maintaining faith in Horizon?
No, I think this case was one of those MP cases that's referred to the post office, and I don't know what discussions I had with her. She mentioned that we need to draft a letter mentioning the Horizon system. So I'm trying to give a comprehensive reply, I suppose, dealing with each and individual bit of what questions he's posed to me.
What did the post office regard it as important to maintain faith in Horizon?
Well, if they didn't have faith in Horizon, they couldn't really prosecute, could they?
Did you regard it as important to maintain faith in Horizon?
It's critical, isn't it? I mean, all our post office prosecutions are aligned on Horizon, but as to what I had or not had, it wasn't relevant.
Did you receive instructions from managers, including senior managers, about the importance of protecting the post office brand or the reputation of post office or the reputation of Horizon?
No, sir, I don't have very much contact within the senior management. I think the only contact...
Well, from any other person?
No, I think the only persons I dealt with here in the Post Office Limited was Susan and Hugh. I didn't have any wider contact within the business, no.
Why was a decision whether to continue with the prosecution being taken by reference to issues such as the undermining of faith in Horizon, the potential exploitation of it by JFSA, and the sending of a green light to defendants to get hold of their Member of Parliament, rather than the evidential strength of a case against the sub-postmaster?
No, I think it's always is the evidential test. I mean, we as a prosecutors have got to apply that, and the two-tier test, as you know. But here, I think we're dealing with one case, and I've been asked to address it. It wasn't anything more than that.
Why was it important to send a message to sub-postmasters that post offices cannot be used as a bank?
That is, from my recollection, is I think is a reference to speaking to somebody within the business, or I've been referred to something within the business where, I don't know whether it's some sort of statement. I think somebody referred me to, and that's why it's put in quotes. It's not, because I've been told that.
Who said the post office can't be used as a bank?
Sorry?
Who said the post office can't be used as a bank?
I think it's either somebody referred me to some literature, because the thing is, I've been asked, look, your advices need to be a bit more broad, so you've got to look at it, the business from a business lens. And I think what's the advice? It's 7th of June, so it's earlier on. And I've gone and spoken to somebody, and I think they referred to me some literature where I've taken that out. And
this is somebody else speaking here, not you, then?
It's actually a literature somebody's referred me to. That's why it's in quotes. It's probably I've taken it out from some,
Was this a commonly held view within the post office at this time?
No.
Sub-postmasters use the post office as a bank?
No. I mean, as I say, it may be naive of me to put it in, but
Why did you put it in? Why did you ally yourself to this sentiment, which you say was in some literature?
Because what I wanted her to advise to mean is that so this is the legal side of things, and this is the business. It's just at that time I decided to split it in that way. It's easier for me to explain it, and it was a way of doing it. I mean, it was it wasn't more than that.
At the end of the sentence above, it may send a green light for defendants to get hold of their member of Parliament and result in copulation. Presumably, you meant capitulation.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, probably yes, of course.
Why did you think that stopping one case might result in capitulation?
I don't know why I thought that, but
who would be capitulating?
I can't explain it to you now, but certainly at that time I thought about the advice, and I think I even spoke to one or two people saying, look, maybe Hugh Flemington. I think I said, look, Hugh, you said that you want me to look at it from the business lens. What do you think? Is it okay for me to send that on? And he said, well, yes. I mean, that's the sort of way you need to sort of think of it, not just from the legal side of it, because that bit we can get from Cartwright King. So there, it's more of splitting.
So would it be the post office capitulating?
I don't know.
Who else could it be?
I can't.
Try and help us, Mr. Singh.
Can't help you on that yet.
No, try again, please. Who else could it be capitulating?
It's advice earlier on in my transfer to the Post Office Limited. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have considered it and just left it at the the first bit, saying, look, this is from the legal point of view. If we're going to prosecute, that you've got to be open, you've got to be fair, and you've got to be consistent. You can't just take one case and discontinue it. There's got to be justification for it.
You don't stop there, do you?
Sorry?
You don't stop there and say it's important that we adopt a consistent approach, that there's uniformity of decision-making across our cases. We can't take into account extraneous factors. What you go on to do is list a series of factors that you say would be in play if the prosecution in the Yetminster branch was discontinued, don't you?
So we're looking at 7th of June 2012.
You were the only criminal lawyer in Post Office Limited then, weren't you?
Well, we got a Cartwright King on the sidelines as well.
No, in the Post Office, you were now called Head of Criminal Law, weren't you?
Well, everybody is now at the moment, but they weren't at that time.
Sorry?
They are now, but they weren't calling me Head of Criminal Law at that time. But yeah, I mean, yes, I was the only criminal lawyer there, yes.
Is this how you felt about prosecution of sub-postmasters?
No.
In June 2012?
No, so that's not.
Is this a window into your mind?
That's not.
In June 2012?
No. As I said to you, she's asked for me a very general advice, the risks to the post office. And as I said to you, that I've been asked by head of legal, Hugh Flemington, look, your advisors need to be more broad. You've got to not only do the legal side of it, but also to look at it from a business lens, and that is the business lens. And as I said to you, that is, what I've quoted is from within the business.
Was it, that can come down, thank you. More generally, was it important to the Post Office, as you understood it, that there should be no public blaming of the Horizon system?
No. that was a one-off advice. I mean, that advice standalone. I mean, on the what I've been asked to do.
Can we look at poll 0032 5434? And look at page 2, please. And scroll down, please. Thank you. An email from Martin Smith to Rachel Panta in the case of Post Office against Dixon. Please see attached letter from defence solicitors. Seems case capable of resolution without trial. Scroll up, please. And keep going. Rachel Panta sends that on to you. Please see attached letter. Mr. Dixon is currently facing a single count of fraud. Copy of the indictments attached. Counsel Will Saunders from 3 Temple Garden Chambers is instructed in this case, which is listed for trial at Exeter on the 12th of August. Steve Bradshaw is the officer in the case. How would you like me to respond to the defence solicitor's letter? Would false accounting be acceptable on condition that the £14,000 is repaid in full? Please advise accordingly. And then up, please. Your reply, Rachel, the guilty plea to false accounting offered by the defence is acceptable to the Post Office, providing the defendant accepts as part of his guilty plea in writing that he does not challenge the integrity or blame or criticise the Horizon system and all losses and costs are paid. Why was it a necessary part of the guilty plea that the defendant should accept as part of that guilty plea in writing that he doesn't challenge the integrity of Horizon or blame or criticise Horizon?
That's been the established position of the Post Office, or the from position from Royal Mail Group Limited. I think that position has been established by Rob Wilson as head of criminal law, and that's a continuation of that. And also, as far as having it in writing, is the facts agreed between the defence and the prosecution, so that you don't have a dispute on the facts. Then there'd be another hearing within the hearing, a Newton hearing, I think it's called. So that's just to clarify the both parties' position. It's beneficial to the defence as well, because
how is ruling out the possibility of Horizon being to blame for false accounting beneficial to the defendant?
I'm just reiterating or emphasising the position as it is. That's what the established position has been for a number of years. And here, it's been carried on to the Post Office Limited. I mean, our position hasn't changed. It's just all I'm doing is, look, this is the way we've been dealing with it. But certainly from the factual, evidential side of it, I think I have, in the future, I have said to them, look, you're the solicitor in the case, you got the papers, you review it, and you make a decision in light of your instructions from the investigation team and the decision maker. I think that's one of the first ones that's come to me, and I've reiterated the position of the Post Office Limited.
Who told you about the Royal Mail Group and then Post Office policy that a defendant must accept as part of their guilty plea that they do not challenge the integrity of or blame or criticise Horizon?
I think that's Rob Wilson. I think there's emails.
By this time, wasn't it the case that a number of defendants had previously tried to make a plea on the basis of Horizon being at fault?
I can't recall now, to be honest.
If they had, would that not have caused you or anyone at Post Office to think, well, hold on, maybe the system isn't as robust as we've been told?
Well, certainly now, I didn't realise that, from what the inquiry's evidence is, and I've seen that it is quite painful to hear that people have been forced into accepting false accounting offences as a lesser offence. Yes, I mean, now in hindsight or looking back now, it was wrong. And maybe we shouldn't have, that shouldn't have been the policy, we shouldn't have done it that way, but that is what it was at that time.
Weren't you instrumental in deploying that wrongful conduct?
I'm not a decision maker. I think I've emphasised to you before. I'm the only criminal lawyer there. They refer the matters to me, but it's a matter. If there is something that needs a decision, I refer it to Hugh Flemington, who's my line manager.
You don't do that here, do you?
Sorry?
You are the decision maker here, aren't you?
No.
You don't refer it on to anyone else. Your agents come to you for instructions and you give instructions.
They're not my agents. They're agents for the Post Office Limited. I don't know what their remit is, but certainly here, the young lady is not a solicitor. I think Martin Smith is a solicitor in the case, and she would obviously refer it to me. And I think at some stage I would have had discussion with Martin, or he should have come back to me, or even the Steve Bradshaw, and I would say, look.
Where's the record of any of that, as opposed to this email exchange, which really clearly and simply sets out your approach?
This is not a decision. This is the emphasis of what the stance or the established position is for the Post Office since years and years.
Why don't you say to Mr. Bradshaw, Steve, instructions on this, please, before I revert to Cartwright King?
I think if you look at another email where I've actually said that, I've said to Andy Cash, I think, comes to me somewhere. I think, well, you've enclosed with the inquiry papers on that, and he said, and I've gone back and said, what's your views on it?
Oh, there are definitely emails in which you do go back to your client and say, can I have instructions? I'm asking you on this occasion why you didn't.
I don't know. I mean, I don't recall. Maybe it's earlier on. Maybe we're embedding embedding a different sort of way of dealing with things. But certainly, Andy Cash, and I think
this is nearly a year after separation.
Yes, but maybe it's one of the first ones that come through the system or through the process. But over a period of time, I have said to them, you're the lawyers, you've got the papers, I haven't got the papers. You need to make a decision in discussing it with the investigation officer or the decision maker. But at that time, all I've done is highlighted this is what we need to do. If the plea is acceptable, it's got to be in writing, and that's what we normally endorse. We have that in writing, so the facts are clear that both parties agree to.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Would that be an appropriate moment to break until 2 p.m, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Can we just finish off the topic which we were on, which was the purposes of prosecution and whether it included the protection of the post office brand? Can we look, please, at POL 00148137? This is an email exchange between you and Gavin Matthews in the run-up to a conference to be held with Mr. Altman, KC, on the 25th of April 2014. Understand?
Yes.
And at the foot of the page, Mr. Matthews says, here's the draft agenda. And it's all about the post office's prosecution policy. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
And if we go up to the top of the page, please, you make a comment on it. And you say, read a business improvement program, etc. Whilst there's a suggestion that other avenues should always be considered and rejected before a criminal investigation is commenced, there will always be cases where it's immediately apparent that a criminal investigation should be commenced with a view to prosecution to protect the post office brand and reputation and in the interests of the business, etc. Was it the case that some prosecutions were to be commenced in order to protect the post office brand and reputation?
I suppose in that sense, it is a business. I don't recollect what this is, but certainly it's a consideration in any business.
Was it a message that you were keen to emphasise?
Not me personally, no.
Can we go on, please, to POL 00148242? This is after the conference with Mr. Altman on the 25th of April 2014. And it's an email from you to Ms. Vanden Bogaard. And you say, during the recent Altman meeting, when the attached was mentioned, you indicated that there would be cases where immediate intervention and suspension would be justified. And then I think an obvious starting point, for example, are cases of shortages of between £20,000 and £30,000. And then you say, there will be cases in which it will be clear from the outset that the post office will need to conduct a criminal investigation with a view to potential prosecution to protect the post office brand and reputation and for business purposes. So you're making the same point again, aren't you?
Yes. I think it's a discussion paper. I don't think it's any more than that. I think you've got various people around the table, and I'm just highlighting various aspects of it. You know, that's all. I mean, I don't know. You've got other people putting their side of the argument. I'm putting the other things to be balanced with a view to coming to a solution, I suppose.
Was it your aim to emphasise the prioritisation of the post office's reputational and business interests?
No, maybe not.
Why do we see this appearing twice in very similar phrases, both before and after the meeting with Mr. Altman?
I think it's probably discussion with my line manager, I'm just, because I think I'm not there just for myself. It's sort of emphases on various aspects I've been advised on to get advice on and relay back. I don't think it's a personal view.
Okay, thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to my fourth topic, please, which is Second Sight, their appointment, the announcement of their appointment, and the need to give an account, tell a story about their appointment. Did you think it was important to create a message, a story, that could be told or broadcast in response to the appointment of Second Sight?
And not personally, no.
Can we look, please, at POL 0014 3374? And if we look at page 2, please. And this is an email from you of the 11th of July 2012. So when Second Sight's proposed appointment was an issue, to Susan Crichton, Hugh Flemington and Olwyn Lyons. And you say, I need to address and to prepare counter-arguments to issues which are being raised and will be raised by defence lawyers after the Post Office announced that Second Sight will conduct a review of the Horizon system, even though the Post Office says Horizon is robust, when challenged has always successfully defended the system in high-profile criminal trials in Crown courts. Defence lawyers will say, why appoint a forensic auditor to examine the system? Can you please help me with the following in order for me to put flesh on the bones? The reasons for appointment of a forensic auditor to examine the system. What is Second Sight's remit? What they will look at or ask to review, or what is being undertaken or not? Are they reviewing few, several, or some isolated cases only? Are they really looking and examining the Horizon system, or in reality looking or examining certain branch accounting procedures and processes? Anything that you may consider useful. It may be considered useful at this stage to have a press release to reconfirm integrity and robustness of the system, but in addition including the remit of Second Sight. Sorry for the 20 questions. So you know that defence lawyers may ask questions in extant criminal proceedings along the lines that you set out, and you were seeking instructions, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Second Sight, the forensic accountants, their appointment was contemplated, and you were considering what effect there might be on ongoing proceedings, correct?
No, I wasn't personally. I didn't even know they were on board. I think it's something that Sir Cartwright King, who are prosecuting, getting letters from the defence.
Whether you were dealing with this personally for cases in which you were a prosecutor, or whether Cartwright King were prosecuting those cases, you were seeking instructions either on behalf of yourself or for Cartwright King in order to be able to meet any defence challenges, correct?
I don't think it's, I wouldn't put it like that. It's something referred to me, I think, by Cartwright King saying, what we got to respond to the defence. We need to know the reason why, or remit, or why Second Sight engaged. They needed a response, I think, to be able to respond to whatever the defence, respond to the request from the defence, saying, well, why Second Sight? What are they reviewing? What are they there to do?
Yeah, so asking a series of not unreasonable questions about what's this all about.
What's it all about, yes.
Yeah. Can we see what happened as a result? Poll 305 8155. And go to page 3, please. Can you see in the middle of the page, we've got it up now, the text of an email sent by you to Hugh Flemington?
Yes.
Yes? The one beginning after a number of meetings, yes?
Yes, yes.
Is this the proposed draft of what was to be said?
I don't recall, to be honest. I don't can't remember where we are. I know it took a long while.
We'd seen before that you've been asking for some instructions about what's this Second Sight review all about, what work is it undertaking. We need to put out a message, essentially, when asked questions by the defence in criminal proceedings. It seems there's been a meeting, if you look at the top of the page. This is the story text which Jarnail put together following our meeting last week.
Any comment, please, communities? Yes.
So if we read it, after a number of meetings between Post Office management and MPs in relation to the court cases, it was agreed that Post Office would undertake a review of the cases which had been raised by the members' constituents. In order to provide assurance to the interested parties, Post Office management proposed the use of independent auditors' second sight. The review is to be undertaken will be specifically restricted to the cases raised by the MPs, as well as reviewing the accounting procedures, processes and reconciliations. Before formal instructions are given to the independent auditors, agreements will be sought from all interested parties, namely MPs and JFSA. The sub-postmasters have requested a forensic accountant of their choice to be appointed to oversee the cases being reviewed by second sight. All of the above is accepted based on the terms of the review being carried out, but it must be stressed this is not an acknowledgement by Post Office that there's an issue with Horizon. The Horizon system is working properly, robust, and is being used up and down the country. When the system has been challenged in criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. So was this your first attempt at a draft of what to say in response to questions that were raised as to why second sight had been appointed?
I know there was. It was difficult to formulate it because I didn't really have much information on it. I know I had to go to Rob Wilson at the head of criminal law because I think he'd been dealing with this.
Mr. Singh, just
sorry.
Putting to one side for the moment who you went to in order to draft it.
That was the first draft, yes.
This is the first draft?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then if we go to page 2, please. And scroll down. And again. We can see that Olwyn Lyons, the company secretary, passes this to Simon Baker and others. Simon, can you go to Alana with this request for the, quote, story, as they are the experts? Then up the page, please. Stop there. Simon Baker sends it on to Alana. Please help us craft our message around the second sight review. We need to combat the assertion that the review is acknowledgement there's a problem with Horizon. Jarnail has drafted some words below. Do they strike the right tone? Then up the page, please. And then Ronan Kelleher, if we just scroll down, we can see who he is. The head of PR and media. Did you know Mr. Kelleher?
No.
But anyway, up the page. Simon, as this message will probably find its way into the media, we do need to get the message across from the start that we continue to have full confidence in the robustness of the Horizon system and then reinforce it. So I suggest the following tweaking to the proposed wording from Jarnail, and then it's set out. And I'm not going to go through a line-by-line comparison of the changes that have been made. Do you know why the head of PR and media at the Post Office was being involved in the creation of a story that would be given to or told to defence solicitors?
No. I didn't know they were going to be involved. I think it was the company secretary, Olwyn Lyons, said they're the experts, referred it to them. I didn't even know. All I wanted was to get Hugh and Susan, the general counsel and head of legal, to help me with it and give me instructions and make a decision. But I didn't know. She referred it because she said they were the expert. That's the way they did things. I mean,
Okay, if we scroll up then, please. We'll see Simon Baker says that works, and then it's forwarded to... you're included on that chain, the that works chain, and you reply to Hugh, Susan and Olwyn, you've seen the final draft of, quote, our story. Can this now be released to our agents and counsel for consistent approach and submissions where there are challenges to the Horizon system? So did you understand the message, or our story as you called it, to be essentially the text that solicitor agents and counsel should use in submissions when an issue was raised as to the appointment of second sight in court?
I don't know that, but I can certainly say it was something that the Cartwright King wanted to know the reasons why, and all I've done is copied that into Susan and Hugh for a decision and assist me in doing it. And I think that what I've done is I managed to get a lot of information from Rob Wilson at the Royal Mail Group, who'd been knows the system, from the beginning, and he assisted and helped me with it, and Hugh and Susan took it forward.
But you would agree, your understanding of the purpose of this is for release to lawyers to ensure a consistent approach to submissions they might make?
It was going to go to Cartwright King. I don't know to what degree they would use it, but certainly they wanted a decision, and I've managed to pass it to head of legal and Susan to consider it in line with what they normally do, put it through the process, whatever they do, and they proved it, I think.
So does it come to this, a story that was drafted initially by you has been amended by the head of PR and media in the post office and is to be sent out to agents and counsel to ensure a consistent approach to the submissions they make?
I don't know whether that was...
I'm just reading various words on a email chain.
I appreciate.
And if you add them all together, that seems to be what they suggest.
I don't know. I don't recall exactly what happened after that, but that's the start of it, I think. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't recall what happened after that. Was there not a lot more than that? I thought I know it took a long time to get it.
Let's go to what happened next then. Poll 0012 0723. And page 5, please. Can you see this is a witness statement from Mr. Bradshaw of the 20th of November 2012?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, can you see it says, after a number of meetings between Post Office management and members of Parliament, etc.?
Yes.
Yes. And if we go over to the second page, it finishes off, when the system's been challenged in criminal courts, it's been successfully defended. That's the same wording as your story, as amended and improved by the head of PR and media in the Post Office.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go as my story. I mean, that's the Post Office story. It's what...
You called it our story, and you were part of the Post Office.
Well, that's what it's headed. But, I mean, I think you've got the decision makers confirming...
Okay, I'll put it more neutrally then. It's part of some... It's based on text that you wrote, which have been amended by the head of media and PR in the Post Office, isn't it?
Well, that's the process they followed. And
and it's ended up as a witness statement.
Well, it shouldn't have done.
Sorry?
It shouldn't have done.
Yes, and I'm going to ask you how it has happened.
I don't know. I don't know how it's happened, because all I've done is prepared it in line with my instructions from the decision makers.
If we go back to the previous page, please. This is word for word the same as the draft of the head of PR and media.
Well, I can't answer that. It shouldn't have done. I don't know who put it in, because that's not the purpose for it.
Did you provide this to Mr. Bradshaw to put in a witness statement?
Absolutely not, no.
How did what started off as a message, a story for agents and counsels to work to when perhaps resisting application for a stay, resisting applications for adjournments or disclosure arguments get turned into a witness statement which contains a statutory declaration at the top?
I don't know. I don't recall, and I certainly didn't have any part to play. I've done, in line with the instructions and from the decision makers. I don't think I've ever not seen that before.
If we go back to page 1, please. And we scroll down, we can see that this example of Mr. Bradshaw's witness statement is disclosed as a notice of additional evidence in the case against Kim Wiley at Newcastle Crown Court. There are a number of others. I could point to many other witness statements where Mr. Bradshaw's made the same statement.
Yeah.
Can you help us how our story got turned into an account with a statutory declaration on it?
I can't help you because I prepared it as per instructions. I got Rob Wilson to look through it to make sure everything was okay. Then I referred it back to Hugh, Susan, and the company secretary. They took it out with the media. I've never come across, that's what they're going to do. But certainly that's not my intentions. That wasn't me doing it. I just did whatever I was instructed to do. And it certainly shouldn't have finished up in a witness statement.
You said earlier words to the effect that this is bad or it's poor or it shouldn't have happened. Why was it bad, poor, or shouldn't have happened?
Well, it's the witness statement is personal to whoever's making it. It should be factual, shouldn't it? It was Stephen Bradshaw's recollection of his evidence.
And all of this went on without your knowledge. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I don't recall. I mean, I don't recall. That's where it ended up. No.
Okay, thank you. That can come down. Were you concerned about the disclosure of investigating officer reports because they might contain in them information that was of assistance to the defence?
No. I think what that was a view. Are you talking about mediation disclosure, or were you talking about generally?
Yes.
Mediation. I was not part of the mediation. I think it's an established group. They had their own remit, own way. They had their own decision maker. I was asked for a view, and I provided a view, saying that the officer's report was a working document, and it was updated periodically. So you need to look at it as a whole, rather than as a standalone document, because it wasn't. So I think it was something that I put forward because I was asked for a view, but I wasn't the decision maker, and it was just something that I provided for them to consider.
Can we look at an email discussion of this topic? Poll 00346092. And look at the second page, please. This is in the context of case MO 29, and you say, Andy, that's Andrew Parsons. I anticipate Chris, that's Chris Oyard, is the best person to make a decision on this point on behalf of the Post Office. Are allegations that Post Office has not properly investigated being made generally or in specific cases? One of the dangers of investigation officers' report being disclosed is that it will always be easy for the applicant to think of something not specifically referred to in the report and allege that Post Office investigation has not been sufficiently thorough or adequate. Of course, it's highly unlikely the investigation will have been deficient, but in the absence of a full set of papers, it may become impossible for the Post Office to rebut such new allegations. And then up, please, at foot of the page. Rod replies, having discussed it, the protocol for use of officers' reports by Project Sparrow investigators when responding to individual complaints is the report is not to be exhibited or expressly referred to in Post Office's formal response to a complaint. It can be used by the investigator to help them understand what's happening in a particular case. If the report is the only source document still available, investigator can repeat material from the report. Any challenge received about the source of a statement must be referred to Chris. So this is about what material investigators responding to or constructing investigation reports can refer to in the context of the mediation, okay?
Yes.
And if we go up to the top of the page, please. You reply to that. Having looked at the papers, I've no doubt this is the correct decision not to disclose officers' reports. In the case of Hamilton, that's Joe Hamilton, officers' reports had been, I don't know quite what you're saying here, but I think it means, if in the case of Joe Hamilton, had officers' reports been disclosed, this would have been extremely dangerous, or it would have been an extremely dangerous approach. Is that right?
Yes.
In the Joe Hamilton case, in the officer's report, the investigation officer said, quote, having analysed the Horizon printout and accounting documentation, I was unable to find any evidence of theft or cash-in-hand figures being deliberately inflated. In the absence of a file to demonstrate how the case developed, as it was further investigated, this would give the applicant and second side every opportunity to ask why, in fact, Joe Hamilton was prosecuted. In the absence of paperwork to deal with this would in turn cause Post Office difficulties. So by this time, you had read the investigation report into the allegations against Mrs. Hamilton, hadn't you?
No. This, I think there's different views on to disclose it, not to disclose it. I'm just basically highlighting to Chris and Jessica, my line manager, Jessica Madron, Hugh Flemington's left, and Chris has replaced Miss Crichton. All I'm doing is highlighting different points of view, and this is illustration as why you've got to weigh these things up and asking them to make a decision. That's all.
You'd read the report because you quote from it.
I don't know how that came about, but I don't recall exactly how that came about, but that wasn't the intention.
Okay, all right, I'll put it a different way. You knew that the investigation report contained the sentence, having analysed the Horizon printout and accounting documentation, I was unable to find any evidence of theft, didn't you?
No, that was not the case. This is basically...
Mr. Singh, it's in black and white or blue and red.
Yes, it may be, but I'm trying to illustrate a point, sometimes illustrating by example.
Yes, and you have plucked that example by either reading the report or somebody telling you what was in the report.
No, I think the intention basically here is to illustrate that, look, Chris, Jessica, you're the decision maker, you've got to weigh these things up. One saying to do it, one saying not. I'm not part of the mediation, I'm not decision maker.
Mr. Singh, you're talking about different things now, whether you're part of the mediation and other issues.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is showing you your email, which has got a sentence in it, which is accurately quoted from the investigating officer's report. And all I'm saying is by this date, 9th of May 2014, you knew that investigating officer's report contained that sentence, didn't you?
I don't recall. I don't. I mean, that's just basically illustrating a point as helping Chris or Jessica to make a decision. There's no more than that.
Mr. Singh, you couldn't have written that unless you knew about it, could you?
No, I knew about it. But
that's all I think that's all Mr. Beer was asking you to confirm.
But I haven't
in order to write that, you either had to have read it yourself or been told verbatim what was included in the officer's report. That's all he was asking you.
Sorry, sir. Yes. I've not read the report, but I mean, it's there for a reason. Yes.
And you're giving that as a reason not to disclose investigating officers' reports, aren't you? That's the way you're deploying that.
I think what I'm saying is that you've got to have the paperwork to go with it. You can't just disclose it by itself. And it's at the end of the day, Chris and Jessica to make the decision.
You're saying we can't disclose these reports. If we did, Joe Hamilton might ask, why was I prosecuted?
And not at all. No, I disagree. That's not the case.
What about the sentence, this would give the applicant every opportunity to ask why, in fact, Hamilton was prosecuted?
No, that wasn't the intention, no.
Why did you type those words?
I can't explain that now, but certainly it was getting a decision from Chris and Jessica to make, because there was a counter-argument for civil and criminal lawyers, I think.
That's a reason to give disclosure to Joe Hamilton, isn't it? Not a reason not to give disclosure to Joe Hamilton.
Well, I wasn't the decision maker. I was not part of the scheme.
If you just listen to the question, the fact that the investigating officer's report recorded that they were unable to find any evidence of theft is a reason to give disclosure to Mrs. Hamilton, not a reason not to give it to her.
Okay, I accept maybe my mistake. I shouldn't have gone in there, but that wasn't what this is about.
This is part of a cover-up.
No.
Isn't it?
There is no cover-up there on this email, one-off. This is an email for them, decision-makers, to weigh things up. As far as the disclosure is concerned, I had no problem with any of it, because...
You say at the end, in the absence of proper paperwork, this report would cause post office difficulties.
No. That is to a complete file. What I'm saying is that you need to have a complete file to have a true picture of what's going on.
Well, I'm sorry to join in, so to speak, but I had forgotten momentarily how you begin this email, which is having looked at the papers. So does that not make clear, A, there was a file, and B, you had read it?
So it's not the full file. I think, as you see from the bottom of the chain of email, there's certain paperwork. I wasn't privy to the whole file. There's certain paperworks, and I've been brought in to refer it to the decision makers, Jessica and Chris, to make a decision.
Carry on, Mr. Beer.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can carry on any further with Mr. Singh on this point.
Fine.
Can we move forwards, please, to the Cartwright-King review process? And can we start, please, with paragraph 71 of your witness statement? Sorry, that document can come down, thank you. It's on page 26 of your witness statement.
Yes.
You say, I'm aware at this time, that's sort of mid-2013, that Simon Clark at Cartwright-King was advising Post Office on a number of matters, including disclosure and expert evidence issues. I agreed with Simon Clark's advice on this matter, ... I can't recall whether I received that advice, but if I did, I would have agreed it was an appropriate starting point based on what was known at the time around the Horizon issues. I noticed this was to be kept under review. I note that Simon Clark advised on the 19th of July 2013 in relation to miscarriages of justice. Again, I do not recall whether I received that advice, but the avoidance of doubt, I had no experience in relation to that issue and wouldn't have been in a position to agree or disagree with his advice. You say that you note that the advice suggested that the 1st of January 2010 be the start date for the review process, and you either agreed with it at the time or if you had read it, you would have agreed with it, correct?
I don't. It was what was suggested. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking here at the issue of how far back the Cartwright King look should go. How far back in time should it go?
Yes.
And the start date of the 1st of January 2010 that was selected, yes?
Yes.
And you say that you either agreed with it at the time or you would have agreed it was an appropriate starting point based on what was known at that time around the horizon issues, yes?
Yes.
So by this time, there was the second site interim report, this can come down, thank you, of the 8th of July 2013, which made reference to the receipts and payments mismatch bug, the suspense account bug, and the calendar square or Falkirk bug, yes?
Yes.
And I've suggested to you that you had become aware of the receipts and payments mismatch bug about 2.5 years earlier on the 8th of October 2010, and you've, I think, essentially denied that, yes?
Yes.
We know that you were aware of the suspense account bug by at least the 27th of July 2013. We looked at an email exchange earlier, and you agreed that, and that you were aware of the calendar square bug about 2.5 years earlier at the time of the Misra trial in October 2010, where it was actually raised in court, yes?
Yes.
And so you were aware that one of the bugs affected branches before the 1st of January 2010, correct? The calendar square bug.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Do you agree that selecting the start date of the 1st of January 2010 would do nothing to address potentially unsafe convictions that had occurred before that date?
I wasn't part of the review. I wasn't the decision maker. It's something Susan, General Counsel and the head of legal were getting advice from and progressing it. I wasn't part of the review because of the independency element of it. So I'm just the observer as to what date they decided to do. Wasn't part of that.
But do you agree as a matter of fact that, as a matter of logic, selecting the start date of the 1st of January 2010 would do nothing to address any potentially unsafe convictions that had occurred before that date?
But I wasn't the decision maker. I didn't make the decision that it's going to be 1st of January 2010 because I wasn't part of the review. And it was for the decision maker to make a decision on light of what advice they've been given.
Did you pipe up and say, hold on, I've got knowledge of a bug that occurred and could have afflicted sub-postmasters before the 1st of January 2010?
I didn't have any knowledge of it. I said to you that whatever I knew, they knew.
The calendar square, the Falkirk bug, from at least 2006.
I think that everybody's aware of it because by then I think it was all common knowledge that was coming up over and over again everywhere. Because
what about this then? You had seen the advice which said that, in summary, Mr. Jenkins was a witness upon whom reliance could not be placed. He was a tainted witness, yes?
Yes.
You knew that he had given witness statements in cases before the 1st of January 2010, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you put those two pieces of knowledge together?
I didn't consider it. I wasn't part of any of this. That wasn't my role. As I said to you, I was not part of the mediation. All this advice is taken over.
This isn't about the mediation. This is about the Cartwright King review of potentially unsafe convictions.
Yeah. But as I said, this is a matter which the General Counsel and the head of legal are seeking directly from Cartwright King and taking their advice on. I don't think I was privy to any of it, and as to what and what not they were deciding. It was a matter for these decision makers.
Was there a belief in the post office of which you were aware that very great difficulties might be caused for the post office if there was an examination of the existence of bugs before the 1st of January 2010 and that the disclosure that the post office had given or not given about such bugs?
I wasn't part of any of this. This is outside of my role, outside of my remit. It was something that the, if you like, the senior members of the legal team were dealing with. I don't think I knew anything about any of this.
Can we look, please, at poll 0014 8714? And can we start by looking at page 4, please? And if we scroll down, please. It's an email. Sorry, can we just look a bit below? And again. No, that's the end. Okay, just up then to the email, please. An email from Mr. Parsons in July 2014 to you and others. My thoughts, this is on the instruction of a new expert. A key question appears to be whether ICL, in this context, that's Imperial College London, yes?
Yes, yes.
Look at old Horizon as well as Horizon Online. My guess is that the Post Office won't be looking to prosecute any old Horizon cases, so we can focus on Horizon Online. Martin, Jarnail. As to access to second site material, I can't see in principle any issue with this. Material going to second site has been largely vetted already. However, Martin, Jarnail, could you confirm whether an expert under criminal law has to disclose all material instructions or source material in their report? In the civil process, the general rule is that the expert must disclose to the court and the other side pretty much everything they've considered in forming their opinion. If this applies equally to criminal procedure, then Cartwright King and the Post Office may wish to vet material before sending it to Imperial College London. We may want to explore what Imperial College London intend to investigate under the fitness for purpose heading. This could be as simple as, does Horizon provide the necessary functionality? Or it could go wider to, does Horizon provide a good user experience? From handling IT disputes in the past, I know that determining the quality of user experience can be a very subjective question. That's difficult to answer. And if we scroll up, please. Mr. Smith advises, I would not advise the experts be instructed to look at the old Horizon system. You're in copy on this.
Yes.
If the experts were to consider the old system, depending on their findings, disclosure issues could arise in historic cases. Just stopping there, were you concerned at this point, mid-2014, that if the new experts, proposed experts, were to look at old Horizon, disclosure issues might arise?
No, all I was concerned with, the independency of it, that they get full access from the Post Office and for Jutsus to make sure that they carry out independent review of it. I mean, that's the whole point of the independency. I wasn't interested. I don't think I put my mind to as to whether they look at the old system or the new system. Obviously, the new system, because we want. I think the Post Office wanted to consider the investigation and prosecution side of things. I don't think I set my mind on it. I think it's Martin mentioned it because they're reviewing the cases and they are prosecuting them. I was completely hands off. I'm here to progress the report. Nothing more than that. What
do you think Mr. Smith is referring to here? Disclosure issues in relation to historic cases?
I think you need to ask Mr. Smith. I honestly don't know.
We had a go at that earlier in the week, but I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I know my from Jessica and Chris was, look, Jarnail, you need to progress this. I think Susan started it, and it's just taken a long, long time to get here. So all I was concerned with is getting ICL and getting the budgetary sorted out in line with the instructions from Chris and Jessica. I wasn't considering it to any more than that.
He continues, in criminal law, instructions and material provided to an expert must be listed, etc. Cartwright King would not wish to vet information prior to sending it to Imperial College London. It would be counterproductive to withhold information. The experts may well refer to such attempts and missing information in the report. This would devalue the report and make it easier for defendants to challenge, and then scroll up, please. You reply, I agree with Martin. The post office cannot be seen to, I think you mean cherry pick, to be cherry picking the information provided to the experts or withholding the information. Experts are independent. The post office cannot be seen to be trying to influence the experts.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Was there a nervousness that there were bugs that were operative in Horizon before the 1st of January 2010?
Certainly not. It's just taken such a long time for them to make a decision to get an expert in or find an expert, and it's just helping to progress it. And
was there a nervousness that if we get the experts to look back too far, they may discover bugs that will cause us disclosure problems?
Certainly not on my part, no.
And therefore, the post office shouldn't look too hard at that question now, unless they needed to do so in order to prosecute new claims or prosecute in the criminal courts new cases based on old Horizon.
No.
If we go up, please. And then keep going. To page 1. Sorry, it's the email at the foot of the page. You say, let's not lose sight of the fact that Cartwright King are specialist criminal lawyers. They're in a far better position to advise the post office with regard to experts' instruction. They're acting in the best interest of their clients, i.e. the post office. The way in which the report is being commissioned preserves the integrity and independence of the experts. It's intended to instruct the expert to prepare the report in accordance with the scope. With the proviso, they immediately notify Cartwright King of anything which may cause concern. And then scrolling down, please. Paragraph 8, let's not lose sight of the fact that it's in the post office's wider interest to get the report and Fujitsu, which gives the Horizon a clean bill of health. In paragraph 6, you said if there are any concerns, in paragraph, if we scroll up a little bit further. Yeah, paragraph 2, you say, it's intended to instruct the expert to prepare the report in accordance with the scope, with the proviso that they immediately notify Cartwright King of anything which may cause the post office concern. It will enable the process to be terminated without full costs being incurred. Was it your intention that if the expert discovered something of concern about Horizon, their appointment would be terminated?
No. I think there was a concern about cost and scope. And
this isn't about scope.
That's my understanding of it. I think there was some discussions, and I'm trying to recap or summarise what's going on. No, that wasn't. It was just basically the independency of it, and that the post office is kept away from it, and it's a matter of Cartwright King dealing directly with the experts.
Paragraph 2 says that if the expert finds anything which may cause the post office concern, they're to tell the prosecution solicitors, which will enable the process to be terminated.
Well, that's wrong. That's not what the intention was. Obviously,
tell us in which way the words need to be rearranged in order to give them a different meaning.
I don't know what it, in that respect, I'm trying to get the independency of it, poll away from it, and you've got independency of the third party dealing with them directly rather than poll, that's all.
Your concern was that if the expert told the post office something uncomfortable, they'd either be told to stop looking or their appointment would be terminated.
No, absolutely not. I don't think that was the intention.
What does that paragraph mean then?
I don't know what it means, but it was that was.
You wrote it.
Well, certainly I did, but that's not what it means is keep the independency of it, keep it away from the post office, and the integrity of the report and the independency. And if there is something they need to go to Cartwright King to progress it. No more than that.
If that's what it meant, why didn't it use just the words that you have described?
I wish I had.
Yes, but why didn't you?
I don't know. I can't recall. It's a while ago.
Is the true answer to that because the words that you used disclosed your true approach at the time, namely, the Post Office does not wish to discover anything wrong with Horizon?
No.
If anyone starts to find things wrong with Horizon, we'll terminate their appointment.
No.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraphs 94 onwards. Which is on page 34. Whilst that's being turned up, sir, I should have told you at the outset that none of the call participants wish to ask questions of Mr. Singh. So I've been given some new information. Update on that. But one call participant has asked to ask some questions, which I can't imagine will take that long. And therefore, I propose to go straight through, and then we'll finish well before 3:30.
Right. Fine. And obviously, I will hold everyone to that, not least in the interest of the transcriber.
Yes, thank you, sir. From paragraph 94 onwards, you deal with the issue of the appointment of an expert. In 94, you refer to the documents that you have considered. And in 95, you say, I recall I had some involvement in seeking a new expert to opine on the integrity of Horizon. You didn't draft a document, but you were asked by Susan Crichton or Hugh Flemington to seek board approval. That was something you'd done before. And then a little further on, in 96, you say, I can see there's reference to arrangements for a meeting. You can't recall attending. It took a long time to get new experts. I see I was involved in seeking approval from Chris Oyard, General Counsel. 97, I've been asked to what extent, if at all, did I agree with Martin Smith's advice not to investigate Horizon cases to concerns that disclosure issues could arise in historic cases. And you say, I recall I was primarily concerned that the experts would have access to all the information they felt they needed. That was the reason for my email. And 98, my recollection is that the experts were being instructed in respect of the integrity of the current system. Can we look, please, at poll 0014 7068? And page 2 to start with, please. And an email from you to Mr. Flemington, if we scroll down. Sorry, scroll up a little bit so we can see the top bit. From you to Mr. Flemington, in December 13, we've identified 2 experts as the ideal candidates for the role. I think they will provide a validated opinion as to the present integrity of the system, so as to lay to rest the present concerns relating to the integrity of Horizon Online. Why did you say that the potential expert would speak to the present integrity of the system so as to lay to rest the present concerns?
I don't know, sir.
In framing it that way, do you accept that you were effectively foreshadowing the opinion?
No, I don't.
Setting out what you were looking for?
I wasn't looking at anything. I wish I knew to explain that to you very clearly. Certainly, all I was concerned with is try and get an expert, because it's just taken a long time to get anything off the ground. I mean, in the end of the day, I think we just basically gave up because the post office they wanted it, they didn't want it. So those are the matters you really need to have Mr. Flemington or Susan Crichton or Chris here, because I can't help you with that. All I've done is they asked me to get the expert independency expert to the integrity of the system. That's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything more than that. Maybe it is wrong here, but that's not what it is. What you're suggesting is not true.
Did you disclose to the putative new experts the expert evidence that had been given by Mr. Jenkins previously?
So it didn't even get that far. I mean, it didn't even get very far. I mean, it's stop start sort of system. Post office wanted it, they didn't want it, and I'm just going by whatever I've been told by Hugh Flemington to do or not to do. It's nothing more than that.
Can I look at it from a different angle then? Can we look at poll 0013 9879?
Yes. Oh.
Do you see this as an attendance note of a meeting in Scotland, firstly with BTO solicitors, and then secondly with the Procurator Fiscal in Edinburgh?
Yes.
Were you present at this?
I was present on the 5th, not the 4th.
You were present on the 5th, but not the 4th?
Yeah, I don't think I was. I think they had Cartwright King and BTO probably met the day before or something. I think.
Can we go then to page 3, please?
Yeah, there we go.
This is the record of that meeting on the 5th.
Yeah.
And we can see that you're present.
Yes.
Yes, we can see who else is present. 2 from Cartwright King, 2 from BTO, 1 from Post Office U, and 2 from the Procurator Fiscal.
Yes.
Was this meeting, looking at it broadly, in response to the Procurator Fiscal's initial view that all post office cases should be terminated because they couldn't prove Horizon was wholly reliable?
Yes. Yeah.
Can we go forward to paragraph 12 of the meeting note, please? Thank you. And the second sentence, it says, Simon Clark provided the meeting with a broad overview of the Horizon Online difficulties, absence any direct or indirect reference to the role of Gareth, Jenkins or Fujitsu. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then paragraph 13 over the page, please. Simon Clark then outlined the proposed instruction of independent expert witnesses and the scope and depth of these experts' reports. PM, I've forgotten who that is. If we scroll back. Paul Meal, thank you.
Oh, policy.
Or Mealy, from the Procurator Fiscal. Then back to 13, please. Mr. Mealy indicated surprise at the seriousness, at the depth and depth to which the Post Office was prepared to go in dealing with the Horizon Online issues, and was clearly appreciative of the approach being taken. He suggested the matters outlined went a long way to meeting the Procurator Fiscal's concerns as to both present and future prosecutions. At this meeting, why did you not disclose to the Procurator Fiscal and to BTO that there had been a problem with Gareth Jenkins' evidence in past prosecutions?
I was asked by Susan to go along with it. I don't go along with for the meeting, but I didn't know the ins and outs as to how the review was going, or I wasn't privy to any information further than that. I mean, Simon Clark is senior barrister, and I went along, and I think I don't think I said very much. I just introduced them to them who they were, and just left him to explain everything.
So if we go back to paragraph 12, please. You'll see in the brackets
yes,
there.
Yeah, I can see that.
A note is made that
but
Horizon Online difficulties were referred to absent any direct or indirect reference to Gareth Jenkins or Fujitsu. Was there a desire to keep that secret?
Not on my part. I don't know anything about this. You probably need to ask Simon when he comes to talk to you. But
Did you tell the Procurator Fiscal why the Post Office needed to instruct new experts? What was wrong with the old one?
As I said, I don't think I said very much here, apart from the introductions.
Did anyone say what was wrong with the old expert and why new experts needed to be instructed?
I can't recall, but it was basically Simon and Martin, I think, they were leading it.
Did anyone disclose the Simon Clark advices, the whole string of them?
I don't know. I don't recall, but I mean, they might have done. They had a meeting prior to me going there. I just went along because Susan asked me to, attend. I mean, and that's what I basically did. I didn't take any part. I wasn't privy to much information. I mean, if they asked any point, a Post Office view, I don't know what more I could have given. But it certainly, I don't even know what discussions Susan and Cartwright King had, or BTO had, and I was just attendee, observer. I mean, I don't know any more than that. I can't really help you with that anymore.
To your knowledge, did anyone draw to the Post Office Board's attention the Simon Clark advice of the 15th of July 2013 concerning Mr. Jenkins' reliability?
I had no dealing with the board, very little dealing, and I don't think I had any dealing with the board. I don't think I even met any board members. I mean, obviously Chris used to report, the senior legal teams.
Was there any discussion between you?
No.
That this is so serious?
It is serious, I agree.
The Post Office Board need to know about this.
As I said, I'm a criminal lawyer. My job is, as you described it, as a postbox, which I agree with. I mean, and that's all it is. But I wasn't privy to any of it. It's to high-level discussions as to what was disclosed, who to disclose to, who knew what, when. I have no idea. I can honestly say that. I'm on oath, and I'm telling you that. I'm staggered as to hear what you're telling me.
Was it thought of as a dirty secret?
Not on my part. I didn't know any dirty secrets.
And it shouldn't be revealed to the board, nor should it be revealed to the Scots?
Well, I think you've been talking to senior members of the team. I mean, they're the one that privy to it. I think you need to maybe call them in and discuss that with them again, because certainly I can't help you with that.
Many of the prosecutions had occurred on your watch, hadn't they? That can come down, thank you.
How do you mean?
Well, whilst you had been a criminal lawyer at Royal Mail Group and then at the Post Office, a number of sub-postmasters have been prosecuted.
I dealt with my cases, but as I said to you, the head of criminal law, Rob Wilson, wasn't very good at declaring information, and I think he was the contact within the greater business. And as I said to you, apart from him, I don't know any members of the board. I don't know anybody within the business that much, because I didn't have that much contact.
In all of your time, was there no discussion Aren't the board interested in this? Or why haven't I been asked to contribute towards a board paper which sets out what's gone on here?
What you mean at the Royal Mail Group?
Yes.
No, there was Rob Wilson. I said he was the contact within the business. I don't know who the board members were.
I'm not asking you whether you knew who the board members were. I'm asking you as
if
a
I don't
person.
know them, I can't have a discussion with them, can I? But no,
I wasn't asking you whether you had a discussion. I was asking you, were you not querulous? Were you not wondering to yourself, hold on, some things have been discovered here that have gone badly wrong? Does our board know about this? Or why haven't I been asked to contribute to a board paper or some briefing of some very senior people who want to know what's gone on here?
I wasn't asked, and I don't think I thought very much about it because I didn't know much about any of it, what was going on. I mean, I basically was a criminal lawyer dealing with the cases as then when they were allocated to me, most of it with direction as to what to do on them. No more than that.
Mr. Singh, on that note, they're all the questions I've got to ask you. Thank you. So it's, I think, the Hodgell's team, and up to 10 minutes, sir.
Right, you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. My name's Angela Patrick, and I represent, together with Tim Maloney KC, a number of sub-postmasters who were prosecuted and have since had their convictions quashed, including Mrs. Hamilton, who I'm sure you can see sitting next to me today.
Yeah.
We only want to ask you about one issue, and it's about the handling of criminal prosecutions which were live at the time of the publication of the Second Sight review, the first interim report. Did you see the evidence of Mr. Martin Smith yesterday?
I heard, yes.
Yeah. And you remember we were talking then yesterday in questions to him about how in July 2013, immediately before the publication of the Second Sight report, and at a time when it was known to the Post Office that it would identify at least some bugs in Horizon, do you remember then that there was a case of SAMRA that was due to come on for a hearing?
Yes.
And do you remember agreeing with Mr. Smith and Mr. Clark that they would contact Gareth Jenkins before that hearing came on?
I don't think no.
If Mr. Clark had made a note of your agreement that they should do that, a contemporaneous note, would you accept it was likely to be correct?
All I can remember about that case was dealt with by the head of legal, Hugh Flemington. I had very, very little to do with it because I don't know the ins and outs of it as to the reason for it, but I can't really help you or assist you more than that.
I don't think Ms. Patrick is asking you about the case. She's just using that as a point of reference to ask you about a discussion you may have had.
I can't recall, to be honest. I don't know.
I'm very grateful to the chair, but I think it's even simpler.
Okay.
You knew Mr. Clark and you'd worked with him for a long time.
Yes, I did, yes.
If he made an attendance note at the time that said you agreed to something that he and Mr. Smith had suggested, would you expect that to be correct?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. So, 1st of July, SAMRA's coming on for trial. Do you recall agreeing that there would be an application for a public interest immunity certificate to prevent disclosure to the defence of the fact that the Second Sight report was to be presented to Parliament and that that report contained references to bugs in Horizon?
That was a matter for my line manager, Hugh Flemington, who made the decision. I didn't make any decisions.
Again, if Mr. Clark had made a note of your agreement that they, Mr. Clark and Mr. Smith, should make just such an application, would you accept that it would be likely to be correct?
Well, it's correct in the sense that I didn't make the decision. He advised the Post Office, the decision maker, the head of legal, Hugh Flemington, did that. But I mean, I wasn't privy to the advice.
Can we just look at the note? It may be helpful.
Okay.
It's Paul 0072804. It may help your memory, Mr. Singh. And we're looking at page 7, paragraph 16, please. And this is Mr. Clark writing. In this case, I took the view that such an approach, an application for public interest immunity, to the problem might be appropriate. Accordingly, Martin Smith and I, in conjunction with Jarnail Singh, decided that the best way forward was to, 1, seek a ruling, i.e. the grant of a PII, public interest immunity, certificate, from the trial judge that we need not disclose to the defence the fact that the second sight report was to be presented to Parliament today and that the report contained references to the existence of bugs in Horizon, both past and present, and 2, to adjourn the trial, and so on. You see there, Mr. Clark has made a note that the decision is made with him, Mr. Smith, and in conjunction with Jarnail Singh. Do you see that there, Mr. Singh?
Yes, I do. It's very clear. Yes.
There's no reference to Hugh Flemington, is there?
Well, I'm not the decision maker. I don't know how it came about. Certainly, Hugh Flemington is the decision maker. I don't know how that fits into it. I don't even know what their certificate is because I'm not that well knowledgeable about these things. And obviously, the Post Office and the decision maker have decided to instruct Mr. Clark to make such an application.
You've accepted that you knew Mr. Clark. If he made a note at the time, it's likely that that would be done correctly.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Just to explore your recollection, we might be able to help your memory, but can you recall, looking at this, what the basis for the application for public interest immunity was to be?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And you're at this point a very experienced solicitor. An application for public interest immunity in criminal proceedings is a very serious step, isn't it?
It probably is, but my understanding was limited. It's something that senior counsel is leading on instructions from the Post Office senior legal team, like Hugh Flemington and probably the General Counsel.
Now, if I suggested to you that the basis for such an application is very limited, and it must engage very serious matters of public interest in order to withhold material from the defence and from the public eye, serious things such as national security, would you accept that's a rough explanation of what a public interest immunity application might be about?
But certainly, yes. But I mean, I wasn't privy to the case. It's not one of my cases I'm dealing with. It's something the decision has been made, and Mr. Clark and Mr. Smith are dealing with it. It more or less, I don't know what my involvement in it was because I don't know any details as to the application.
Well, we can talk to Mr. Clark about his note, and he here records that the decision was made in conjunction with you. So can we just look at the reasons for the application, just to see if it prompts your memory, Mr. Singh? If we could look at page 9 at paragraph 24, please. Thank you very much. And here we see Mr. Clark records his reasons. Finally, it's worth commenting on the reason behind my advice that we seek a PII, Public Interest Immunity Certificate, in this case. Paul were, rightly in my opinion, very concerned at the potential adverse publicity which would inevitably be generated by the revelation of the existence of a draft second sight report into Horizon. To permit this information to enter the public domain at such an early stage would have been to encourage extremely unhealthy and likely virulent speculation as to the content of any report, most probably in the national press. Such speculation would have seriously damaged the reputation of Post Office and would have greatly undermined public confidence in both Post Office and Post Office systems. Our objective was to avoid such consequences. That objective we achieved. Our objective was to avoid such consequences. Was that a proper basis for an application for public interest immunity, Mr. Singh?
I've got no knowledge about these things. I'm probably like a article clerk sitting behind a senior counsel who's on top of his game. But that's a decision made by the Post Office on advice, and as a criminal lawyer, I've been advised to assist. But I don't know the ins and outs of this particular case because it's not something I advised on or dealt with.
Mr. Singh?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh, we have this note. We have Mr. Clark recording. It's a decision made in conjunction with you. Was this an example of you seeking to cover up things if you could?
I'm not seeking to cover up anything. I don't know the ins and outs of this. In all seriousness, this is a matter you need to discuss with Mr. Clark and the senior legal team. I am purely there on instruction, on whatever I've been asked by my line manager, Hugh Flemington, or whoever it is, Jessica or Hugh Flemington, to have an input in whatever they decide to do. I mean, I couldn't say, look, I disagree with that, I'm not going to do this. So
Mr. Singh, can I stop you there for a moment?
Yeah.
At this point, 2013, you're the sole criminal specialist at Post Office, aren't you?
I'm a criminal lawyer, but I wouldn't say I'm a specialist or expert particularly.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. That's it, Mr. Beer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, thank you for making 2 witness statements, Mr. Singh, and for making yourself available on 2 separate occasions to be questioned. I'm grateful to you for your participation in the inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we'll adjourn now until Tuesday at 9:45, Mr. Beer?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Fine. All right then.
Thank you very much, sir.